time is now.
NUFC Talk Drive Time
with Tim and Peter, the Toon Twins, weekly live on NUFC Talk Radio, the voice of the Toon Army.
Welcome one and all. This is NUFC Talk Live. Match build-up between Newcastle and Man United tonight. Merry Christmas to everyone watching, and I hope you all had a good one. We've had a nice one, haven't we, Peter? A nice chilled one.
Yeah. Nice.
So I had still Boxing Day with the family, so this is kind of ad hoc, really. On the fly, if you like. I haven't looked at much the last few days, but I did look at the Chelsea game throughout the week, so we can talk about that coming into this one. But great to have you all watching live. We've got quite a few watching there, and keep all your comments coming. In terms of the housework, I think you all know the score. We'll try and get to as many comments as possible and read them out. Obviously, if you want to guarantee it, then give us a super chat, and that'll guarantee it. And we appreciate all your support out there. And season's greetings to Lee in the comments there. Christina, good to see you in there. Trolls is in there. Connor, nice one. So all good stuff. And it just comes so quick, really, doesn't it? Do you know what I mean? Like, it's just the games are flying. Christmas comes so quick, and here we are. But yeah, so we've got Man United tonight. How are you doing, Peter? How are you feeling?
I'm good. Yeah. Happy Christmas to everyone watching as well. Hope you all had a good one. So yeah, and I'm sure you're all looking forward to the match tonight. Maybe with a bit of trepidation. I guess there's a bit of trepidation from my side, I have to admit, with regards to the match. But yeah, it's been a really nice Christmas, and yeah, we'll see what happens. I mean, like you say, Tim, obviously we watched the Chelsea match, and there's a few bones we can pick out of that ties in with this game tonight. So yeah, but it's away from home, and that's the problem tonight, as we've seen this season. This is going to be a tricky one, I think, but we'll get into it.
I agree, and like you say, away from home, the form hasn't been great. I mean, again, like you say, we can talk about the Chelsea game, which gives an indication as to kind of where we're at coming into this one. But give us your initial feelings, Peter, going into this game tonight. Just what are you feeling? What do you think will happen in your heart of hearts?
I have to be honest. I mean, logically, I said this before the Sunderland game, that when you look at the away form and the way that we play, I have to admit, I think it would be. I'd be surprised if we get anything tonight. I know I'm talking like the Grinch now, but yeah, if you're going to ask me my honest opinion, I think, you see, the issue for me is how we've kind of set up a lot of the time this season.
Yeah,
there's been a few bugbears that I think a lot of fans could point to throughout the season. That could be team selection. I mean, just on that, by the way, at least obviously Miley's right back, but Ramsey started the last couple of games centre mid. So I will say that at least he's put Ramsey in there, and it's good to see Ramsey in there. We can talk about all the selections that we want to see all day long, but there's no consequence to what we put out there. Sometimes we never get to see it, so we can just sit back and say, "Oh, we should have done that, should have done this," but we have that luxury of not being proven wrong or right. So, obviously, my Ramsey in there is good, but on the flip side, I think the issue I've got is this kind of kamikaze way of setting up, the team when we attack, and I really fear that could be problematic tonight. That kind of the three midfield. Ironically, if you go back to Chelsea, we said before that match Tonali, Ramsey, and Bruno could boss it, and I thought they did. They did boss it, especially first half, more so first half. They kind of had a stronghold on the game. So, but second half, we saw the gaps that started to appear, and we're going to talk about this, Timmy. I think you've got some stills to get into, just with regards to the midfield. How when the tables turn and we're a bit deeper, the opposition have more of the ball. That's when it becomes a problem with regards to the kind of floodgates opening up and being so open. So I just worry about that tonight. But yeah, what do you think?
I mean, I agree, and looking at the comments, some people are saying get Joe Linton in there. Fancy a change. Says we need to bully them with Joe Linton in the midfield. The doctors in there says that Cunha and Mason are going to be dangerous tonight, and that is true. And that even though they've got a lot of injuries and a lot of players away on AFCON, they do have one or two really good ones. Obviously, in those two, they are dangerous, and they can cause you problems. But as some people are also saying, like Toon Nut says, he says, I'm expecting a win tonight. And that's because ultimately, I think most people do expect us to win tonight. And, regardless as to whether it's at Old Trafford or not, and regardless as to whether they've got, some good players here.
You're breaking up to me.
Yeah, and they are doing better this season. Can you hear us now?
Aye. You're cutting in and out.
Okay. Let us know.
Aye,
And
all
let
right,
us know
all
in the
right.
comments if it's the same for you at home. Yeah, I think, this Man United side, they were making kind of steady progress, but I think they're still kind of there for the taking, if you like. So the pressure, in a way, is on us to go and win this game. And the problem I have, like you say, Peter, is the way in which we set up. I think we leave so many gaps going forward that no matter who you're playing, if they've got some good players that don't have to be an out of this world side, they can still unlock the door. I mean, especially against a good side like Chelsea, they definitely will unlock the door, which is what Chelsea did. Um, but yeah, I'm going to be watching closely tonight with how the midfield goes. I think that's the biggie.
Mhm.
I mean, up front as well with Wissa and Walter Maida, we'll see what happens there. But I think, I mean, with the stills, I haven't got the stills ready to share at the moment because the logins, but I can talk through them. So my concern with regards to midfield, and it has been said before, I think Gary said it, is this lack of protection for the midfield, for the defense, sorry, from midfield. And you've got Bruno and you've got Tonali in there. Both of those players want to go forward. And they want to create. And I can see a question there, Dr. Ballaway. We'll get back to that in a moment. Don't worry about that. So yeah, both Tonali and Bruno want to get forward. They want to create. I mean, the box to box, but ultimately, I don't think that either of those two players have that real defensive nous to sniff out danger. The really good Tonali, especially, is really good at harassing, at getting back, at charging into space and making up the ground and making tackles. But in terms of seeing the danger and seeing the space and
Intercepted.
covering that space, yeah, like, and this is not necessarily criticism. This is just like the type of player that he is. Although I do think as a midfielder, there are basics that you should come with when you see the situation unfolding. So if we go to Chelsea, with Chelsea's free kick goal, how that led to being a free kick was, I think it was Reece James had the ball on the halfway line, and he's in our half, just about in our half, and he's looking for the pass in behind or the progressive pass forward, and he's looking to see what is on, and he can see Cole Palmer in that number 10 slot where he's most dangerous, where he wants to be. and Tonali's he's jogging across in the middle, and he's further aside. So that passing lane from Reece James to Cole Palmer is open. It's there. It's a little bit tight, but it's there. As a midfielder, for me, Tonali, he should be looking left and right. Left to see Palmer, right to see obviously who's got the ball, Reece James. The instinct then should be that passing lane is open, I need to block it off. But when you watch that back, he just kind of carries on jogging over, and then Reece James plays the pass, which then bypasses Tonali, goes to Jacob Ramsey, who is then able to turn, and Ramsey is there as well. Sorry, goes to Cole Palmer, and then Ramsey is there as well, but Ramsey's kind of getting preoccupied with somebody else on the left side. He doesn't know whether to stay or go. By the time he decides to go and close down Palmer, he's the wrong side. Tonali's way the wrong side, and it's yet again we're now in the scenario of an attacker bearing down on our defense. We've seen it a million times, and our defense having to back off because it's kind of 3v3 or 3v4, 4v4. So Cole Palmer gets tackled, gets brought down, free kick, then Reece James scores a free kick. And it kind of just typified the lack of number 6 in our midfield, and the lack of game management, and again, I would even say sometimes a lack of basics. When it comes to spotting that danger, you're looking left and right, you're seeing what's what. And that's just like really frustrating because that is so preventable. And then I'll come back to you in a minute, Peter, but I'll then fast forward to the equaliser from João Pedro, and I appreciate we're attacking, and Gordon's going down the left. He's a bit half-hearted in how he puts the cross in. I think he's not sure what to do, really. He lands on putting the cross in. It's in the middle of nowhere, really. And then, obviously, Sanchez, the keeper, launches a ball up to João Pedro to attack early. João Pedro is on, in our half, but near the halfway line, if you like, on the touchline. And all Fabian Schär, the covering defender for Thiago, all he needs to do, in my opinion, is be in line with the ball. If your partner in a centre-back, and your centre-back goes over to the right-hand side or whatever side, left-hand side, to me, common sense is that you get goal side to cover him. And Fabian Schär's he's near right on the halfway line. And then the play continues, and Fabian Schär is still jogging. And he's still jogging, and you're seeing, you know what? If João Pedro gets the better of Thiago here, he's in on goal. And then, Schär's still jogging. And then by the time João Pedro does get the better of Thiago, he's then bearing down on goal. And then Schär starts running back. And by then it's too late because it's 1-on-1. All he needed to be is 5 yards further back, and he probably prevents that 1-on-1. So, again, to me, this is basics. Being goal side, being in line with being goal side of the ball itself when your centre half partner goes kind of walkabouts, if you like. So yeah, those kind of basics really worry me, despite an outstanding first half performance.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'll let you after that diatribe. I'll let you come in on that, Peter.
No, that's it. And I've always felt as frustrating as it's been at times this season that we've never been far off from going on a long run where if we'd just been switched on a bit more defensively, because some of the attacking play has been really good. Like you say, I mean, the first half Chelsea was just brilliant. I mean, came out the blocks, straight at them, a million mile an hour, and we bossed it. And, I would say, I mean, Tottenham at home, I thought attacking wise was pretty good. They've shown going forwards, I think there's enough firepower. So I've always felt, if we can just be a bit more compact, we'll go on a run this season and we'll turn this around. It's getting to the point now though where it's just looking like a real struggle to keep a clean sheet. And the more this has gone on, the bigger each game is getting to just keep in touch with the league table. So yeah, I mean, I can go all the way back to the Brighton game. I think that's where I said to you after that match when you came home. And I said to you, I was telling me how basically as to how Welbeck was basically in on goal from one tackle from Burn coming in, making a good tackle. It falls to Welbeck, and he's practically on goal, and it was so open. So from that point onwards, I'm kind of thinking, come on, if we can tighten up a bit, going forward, I think we've got the quality, and I think we have shown some really good stuff going forwards. But since that Brighton game, I've been waiting. Can we just tighten up a bit? Can we be a bit more compact when we need to be more compact? And it's never really came this season. It's that kind of defensive being switched on defensively that way has never really clicked yet. So, which is, it's just frustrating. But at Man United tonight, they have got quality players going forward. So I just can't see a clean sheet tonight. I feel like if we're going to win, we're going to have to score more than them. I can't see them not scoring with Cunha on the pitch. I think Mbeumo on his day is quality. Obviously, Fernandes is a threat. I don't know if Mason Mount is fit, but I think, he's a bit hit and miss. I can't sit here and say I've watched Man United loads, so I don't know exactly what kind of form Mason Mount is in, but I know at the start of the season he was starting to show a bit more promise, and he was decent at Chelsea. So they will be a threat, and it'll be a challenge. So yeah, it's been frustrating season. There's positives. Obviously, Wissa's back, and I can definitely see us scoring because, like you say, Man United, they are also vulnerable. So I can see us scoring. It's just going to be whether we can score more than them because I can't see a clean sheet from our side. Yeah.
Aye. Yeah, I agree. And just to come back to people saying there about, for that equalising goal, it's what about Miley? And yeah, if I watch it back, maybe Miley, is going too gun-ho because Lewis Hall had went on the overlap for the previous attack. So maybe Miley could be, Miley, it's not his position. He's learning that position. So I don't want to be too hard on him. But I've got a feeling he already had somebody else when he was running back. And regardless of that, right, just Fabian Schär's the more experienced player out there, and you play what you see in front of you. And if your teammate messes up or is out of position, there was nothing stopping Fabian Schär from covering. If it was a mistake from somebody else or not to cover, he still had to cover, and he didn't.
Yeah.
He didn't react quick enough. That's my
Just
point, really.
to say, I haven't done my due diligence tonight because just reading there, and Mbeumo's at the AFCON, and actually I don't know how I didn't realise that because I bloody well just watched. It was a Cameroon. We watched bits of that. Was it last night or the night before? So, and I seen he was there. So yeah, I don't know how I forgot that one. So Mbeumo is not playing, so that is good. I didn't realise Bruno Fernandes is injured, so that's a bit of a bonus. So actually, they are missing some quality there, which hopefully will work.
No, exactly. That's what I said at the start. They are missing players through AFCON, through injuries, whatever suspension, whatever it is, they are missing players. Like the doctor says, I think Mount and Cunha are the ones who are going to pin their hopes on tonight. And I think Mason Mount, I was never really convinced at Chelsea that he was going to be a top player. And he maybe isn't going to be the very top player, but I think at Man United, when I've seen him play under Amarin, when he's been fit, that is, he does seem to have, he seems to be getting back to some of his old performances in his early Chelsea days. It's hit and miss, and his fitness record isn't great, but in that current side, I think he is one of their better players. But just to go back to the question from Dr. Abusa, so a question for you both: if we lose, what are the ramifications? So if we lose, I think ramifications in the league, I mean, to me, I think even though points wise, we're not adrift from the Champions League spots, but um, even at this stage, I'm not convinced at all we're going to get Champions League. I'm not really thinking about that. That might sound defeatist, but I'm thinking more Europa League. If we can get Champions League, then obviously amazing. But I think we have lost too many games. I think we are too inconsistent to achieve that. I mean, we had this last season and we went on this amazing run, and we did get it. But my concern this time around is that we've got obviously Champions League to contend with. If we get through, that is. Um, so juggling those games, I think Eddie Howe is struggling with the lack of time on the training ground. Whereas last season, we very much, and Eddie Howe very much, could go full pelt with that time on the training ground to prepare for games. So I think that's a difference
Mm.
this season. So, I think if we lose tonight, I think it's another kind of confirmation that we are too inconsistent and that we're not winning nowhere near enough games away from home to get top four. And I think top four is what it's going to have to be this time round. So it then goes back to how do you view that in regards to Eddie Howe himself? I'm sure doctors referencing further ramifications as well. So, in terms of Eddie Howe, um, I think it's all down to your personal view, isn't it? And your personal kind of outlook on whether on faith out. I think whether you think Eddie Howe is, I'm talking long term here, whether Eddie Howe is the man going forward. Whether or not, if you've got doubts, would you still keep him even if we lose this game? Would you keep him for the rest of the season? In the hope of, like I say, Europa League football, and then assess in the summer. If you've totally lost faith already for the long term, then ultimately, in terms of ramifications, this isn't going to change your mind tonight on Eddie Howe. Um, my own personal view is that I think some of the fundamentals I'm concerned that indicate to me that he isn't the man in the very long term. So his fundamental outlook is that we don't need essentially a number six. I mean, if he's in control for the January window, then obviously we'll get a good insight on that. But I just, like I say, I haven't got me UEFA coaching licenses, so who am I to say this, But just as a fan, I just fundamentally disagree with not having a midfielder in there who can help out the back four, who can look at that space in that 10 position, who can allow the others to go forward, like Bruno and Tonali. I know we play with this 3-8 system, and it's kind of, I know one of them primarily sits a bit deeper, but none of them kind of have the inclinations of a David Batty, for example, or Rob Lee in his latter years. So it's the old Einstein thing, doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. I'm kind of at that point where I love Eddie Howe and I really want it to work for him, for us. I think it'd be great if he was our Alex Ferguson. But I think that um, against Chelsea, for example, I was absolutely crying out for Wissa to come on, because for me, if Wissa comes on, I think we likely win that game.
At 2-1.
Because exactly when it went to 2-1, like Chelsea had changed things up. They'd moved up the pitch 10 yards and they were pressing us, and we were kind of struggling at times. We got out at times, but then obviously we weren't secure at the back because they were counter-attacking, and it was a basketball game. But ultimately, when they had the ball, we didn't have as much of an out ball ourselves because Voltameda had run himself into the ground, and understandably was obviously tiring. What did we need then? We needed runs in behind from Wissa. That
Exactly. Yeah.
option would have pinned Chelsea back 10 yards themselves, and it would have disrupted their attacking plans. They would have had to think twice. I know it sounds simple. I'm just saying what I'm looking at and what I feel. I just feel that those changes need to be proactive and not reactive. He brings Wissa on when it goes to 2-2. It's too late then. Bring him on at 2-1. I think it disrupts them. I think we'll get some more attacks going ourselves. We camp them in their own half more. And I think we'll probably win that game. And I'm not saying in isolation that's why I don't think Eddie Howe is the man long term. I say that I've seen that too many times, that I think that he's set in his ways. And those ways come with brilliant qualities as well, because the first half was absolutely outstanding. And that's what makes it more frustrating, because I really want it to work. And I can see as a coach, he set us up brilliantly and he got the players up for it, and it was a brilliant performance. And I
Yeah.
just feel like he lets himself down at times with some of the decisions in the second half. But I've ranted enough there. So, ramifications, Peter. What do you think?
Mm. I kind of agree. I think, I mean, personally, I don't think if you're talking about making like a change, I think making a change of manager, most of the time, mid-season, it is never really a great time to do that, unless it's absolute, crisis. I think, I mean, I tend to agree that, like I said earlier, the Brighton away game was where I kind of thought, right, there needs to be a shift in mentality here, away from home, in terms of attack versus defense and how it's set up. So I can go all the way back to then when I kind of thought, we're not as compact. If we're going to really achieve the season, we need to be more compact defensively, and that's kind of never really changed as the weeks have gone on. But again, I mean, I'm not going to kind of, if someone thinks he's the man, I can totally understand why someone would think that. I don't really get this happy clapper label. I mean, it's like, to me, that's a label you throw at someone if you kind of, I don't know, someone like Steve Bruce maybe, and with all due respect, but someone who's maybe, doesn't have the ambition, but you kind of just like, you praise them anyway. Eddie Howe has got the ambition, and we all want him to do well, like you say, and there's a lot of goodwill there. I mean, to me, he is the most successful manager, to me. So, I'm not going to try and change someone's opinion if they think he is the man still. I can totally see why someone would think that, and that's, to me, that's normal to think that, given what he's achieved. So, yeah, I think you only have to go back how many months since we won the cup. Again, it's not to be underestimated what he's done for this club, and that's why I think some people kind of look at Eddie Howe and think those qualities that he brings outweigh the negatives, like you say, in terms of not just the attacking style that he brings and intent, but there's a level of professionalism that he brings himself, that he has restored to this club. But like you say, I mean, you've heard me obviously after the games, away from this show, talking about these deficiencies. If we want to analyze like we do, that's what we're here for. And we've pointed out that, and I've even said on this show before that I kind of miss the Rafa style sometimes in terms of how compact he was. And I know it's swinging about the other way, going maybe to the other extreme. But I loved some of the games we had under Rafa, when I could just tell they ain't getting through our midfield, never mind defence. 2 seconds, Tim. I'm gonna switch this on. 2 seconds.
Yeah.
All right. Just technical issue there, but so So ideally, if we had that kind of defensive nous, I think we'd be right up there, and we should have been out of sight against Chelsea. I mean, it should have been 3-0, and we would have won that game with, I think, a 3-goal deficit, no problem. But it's kind of becoming an all too common occurrence to see these leads slip and these defensive gaps appearing. And yeah, it's going to be, like you said, a bit of a bumpy season, I think, this season. And then for me, what I think it is, what you do is you assess in the summer. That's my take on that in terms of ramifications. But yeah, I guess in terms of the league, it's getting to the point where, like I said earlier, every game is becoming bigger and bigger because other teams they're gonna be out of sight at some point if we don't keep that touching distance points wise up to the Champions League. I mean, I'm the same. I just don't see top four this season. Europa League for me is probably the best you can hope for. But if you say to me Europa League and you win a cup, I'll take that all day long. So it's not that the season's over in that regard, in my opinion. But yeah, it is definitely frustrating how we don't kill games off. And I said to you about Army. Now I know. Win has said he's not a fan of Army, but for me, when we had him in that, especially in that one season, I think it was 2017-18, I think the first season back to the Premier League under Rafa, he was immense. He was a destroyer in the middle, and he was everywhere. But like, he was intercepting balls. He was obviously getting stuck in, but he was reading the play, and he was athletic, and he was also, when he got the ball, he was quick. So I feel like, and before him we had Tiote as well. So I feel like since the Army, we've never had that defensive midfield player to kind of like plug those gaps. And Eddie Howe obviously has managed to, the last sort of few seasons, find a way without that, which again is to his credit, that the attacking play has been so kind of impactful and so deadly, with an energetic as well, how we used to press teams. So the attacking players really kind of paid dividends the last few years. But now I think when we're not seeing games out, we're not maybe scoring the 3-4 goals that sometimes we need to do. That's coming back to sort of bite us defensively when we haven't got that lead to hold on to, and those gaps are starting to appear. It's like I say, it's becoming a bit of a trait now, and it's very frustrating. You just wonder why, like you alluded to this earlier, when if you 2-0 up, why not just, you see, I don't see it as being negative. Why not just be a bit defensive? That's not negative to me. Like, when I say defensive, I don't just mean you just throw bodies back and that's it. You put someone in the midfield, like you say, someone in the centre mid, and you shout at them, you sit for the next 10 minutes, you sit and snuff out any danger, and we will counter, and we'll kill them off on the counter. It just seems like we play the same way, whether it's 0-0, 1-0, 2-0. The structure remains the same. And I go back again to Brighton when Valdemar scored that wonderful goal with that flick. We should have really cherished that goal. It was a slog to get back into that match. I remember. I didn't think we were going to do it as well, and we did. 1-1, we got it back, and it felt like the reaction to that didn't really didn't show the respect that was needed as to how tough that actually was to get back into that game. We didn't kind of value that getting back to 1-1, and the floodgates were just open for Brighton to get another one. So, and that's, like I say, they're becoming a trait now. So, yeah, frustrating, but we know how football can change in terms of moods and optimism. If we get a win tonight, people will believe again. But it's going to be a tough one, I think, tonight. I mean, I seen a stat in the comments there that Man United have got the best record in the Premier League in terms of wins on Boxing Day, and apparently Newcastle have got the worst record in terms of losses on Boxing Day. So, yeah, just putting that out there. So happy Christmas. But yeah, the stats anyway don't bode well in that regard. But we shall see.
Well, One of those was 4-3 at Man United under Alan Pardew. Remember that one?
Yeah,
Where Man United
that was
won
devastating. Yeah.
last minute goal.
Mhm.
I think Cisse probably scored in that game, I think. Maybe Demba Ba. Um, remember that one? It was like, aye, that was gutting. And I can see people saying in the comments about, best manager, maybe Robson and Keegan are better um, than Eddie Howe. I mean, what I would say about Bobby Robson is, his last season. I think this season reminds me a little bit of Robson's last season in that he had a lot of draws, didn't he? Especially away from home. And we've had too many losses away from home this season, never mind draws. But um, it reminds us a bit of that where there was this, this real want for Champions League football again. And the pressure was on. And we kept on drawing games. And obviously it kind of blew up at the end of the season when we didn't win the UEFA Cup. And then we got fifth place instead of fourth. And Bobby was brilliant, Sir Bobby, and obviously, rest in peace. Um, but I think fans were quick to kind of get frustrated, weren't they? Then, and I think in hindsight, some fans wouldn't want to do that now, considering what Bobby did do for us. So I think the sentiment probably applies here, and that I certainly wouldn't want it to get toxic in the ground. Um, if anything, goes wrong this season, like it did really that season. But there's certainly the same sort of patterns in that, we are drawing too many games, we're not winning enough games to get top four. Um, I mean, for me, King Kev is number one. And yeah, even though he didn't win the title, I know what you mean, Peter. Obviously, at the end of the day, Eddie Howe won a silverware, and obviously saved us from certain relegation, as Wynne said, which is absolutely spot on. Not many managers could have pulled that off, and he did. And then he got us Champions League football, which is one hell of a leap. And then obviously brought us silverware, which is what we all craved. So I can see both sides. It's about personal preference, and yeah,
Mm.
I think Keegan transformed the club himself. And
Aye.
um, and I think we're talking about. I know the doctor said there about emotion, and it's about having a rational debate, but I think emotion is part of football. And I said on the 90s mags that we call Kevin Keegan King Kev for a reason. We called him the Messiah for a reason. It's like it's a theatre of it all, and we grow to have an affection, if you like, for these people who work socks off for the club and work wonders. So there's nothing wrong with that. I think to me it's kind of part of football. And I think if football was all cold and calculated and sterile in that way, I think you take away the fun of it in a way, and
Mhm.
you want that passion. And like you say, there's nothing wrong with supporting and kind of willing somebody on in that way, because it's part of the theatre. We know deep down, that's what
Exactly.
it is. There's more important things, if you like, but
Yeah.
like I say, you have these nicknames and stuff for a reason. We have legends for a reason, and yeah, I think Eddie Howe deserves all that respect for what he's done, certainly, and he deserves a golden handshake whenever that is. Some would say it's further down the line, some would say it's now. I think it's partly about who you would get in as well to succeed Eddie Howe. It's not just about getting anybody in.
Mhm.
Um, and I know I've mentioned Iriola before. We can open that kind of worms potentially, but maybe not right now. What I would say is, so tonight, let's talk about the team, right?
Aye.
Um, played against Chelsea. You know who played against Chelsea, Peter? What's your team? Let's think about it, the forward line in the midfield. What is your team for tonight?
Mm.
Be 2 seconds.
Yeah. That is a tough one. That is a tough one in terms of yeah, the team selection tonight. I mean, forward line. Well, me and Timmy have talked this week about different formations you could play now with Wissa and Voltemeda both fit now. there's actually quite a lot of different combinations you could explore. You could literally have them both up front. You could, like you could say play 4-3-1-2. You could play the kind of old fashioned, but 4-4-2. That would be not just a flat 4-4-2. You'd have Wissa up front, Voltemade kind of dropping in. So I think that is an option. It's very rare you do see that. I have to say that's one of the frustrating things about just modern day football in general, I should say. Two strikers up front. When do you see that? I want to see a return to that. So yeah, I mean, if you're gonna ask me to kind of pick one striker tonight, it's a tough one. I mean, I would have said Wissa. Voltemade scored the 2 goals and was brilliant in that first half. He should have scored 3, to be fair. He missed an easier chance, I thought. So, yeah. I mean, just on the doc there, I see it's good to see the doc in the chat tonight. He's saying there about the emotion should not blind you from making rational decisions. But the thing is, doc, like, we're not making those decisions. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure that the people involved they won't let emotions kind of rule that way. You see what I mean? So us as fans, we're not in charge of, like, do we sack this person, sack that person? We're just what we're saying is that, like, the emotions that come with the game in terms of why we call Kevin Keegan King Kev, like Tim said, it's all part of the kind of tribal nature of how football is these days. So yeah, that's where the goodwill comes from towards ex-players, ex-managers, current players, current managers. So yeah, in terms of emotion and all that, I'm sure the board will look at it and do what they think is best for the club. So yeah, but in terms of team selection, I'm sitting on the fence here, Timmy. I'm delaying things to give you an answer because I don't really know. I mean, what I would say is that I thought the midfield played well, the middle three against Chelsea in the first half. It's just, to me, comes back to the point of when things start to get tough in terms of possession, keeping the ball, if we're under pressure, it's not really about who's on the pitch in that middle three. Like, okay, if you ask me the ideal 3 at the minute, I'd probably stick with Ramsey, Tonali and Bruno. But it's kind of pointless if you're not going to tell one of them when things are getting rocky and things are like, we're under pressure. If you're not going to say to one of them, you sit right there and you guard that defense, and you need to keep track of whoever it may be, whether it's ex-Chelsea player for Man United. What's he called again? Mount, yeah. Whether it's Mount or whoever's playing, who's going to make those runs in, and sit and watch. If you're not going to do that and just have these gaps, then it's gonna kind of render what they do well pointless, because they can do all the good things in the world, but then if none of them out of the 3 are going to have that awareness, then the defense is going to be bearing down, or the opposition is going to be bearing down our defense and practically being in on goal. So, I know, don't want to repeat ourselves, but that's a major issue for me. That kind of goes beyond picking players, So, but yeah, up front, I mean, I would say Wissa would be the best bet if I had to choose one tonight, because away from home, I think we're going to have to try and stretch them. If we're playing, obviously, in a way where at times, if we're soaking up pressure, you need that out ball. And I love Voltemade, but sometimes when he's coming short for the ball, and because he's not lightning quick like Wissa, if they can get close to him and close him down, it's easier for them to kind of pin us in. Whereas Wissa plays on the shoulder, and you can kind of maybe get out of your own half a bit better, and you can stretch the opposition. So I'll probably play Wissa up front, and it's crazy though, isn't it? How we said about Gordon, didn't we? And we were banging the drum about, and rightly so. We were saying, Harvey Barnes has not had the run that I think he deserves this season. And we were there for the preview in the Chelsea game, and we were kind of like scratching our heads saying like, Gordon's been picked again. Lo and behold, then he goes and has probably his best game of the season, that first half anyway, best half of the season. So I'll put it back to you. I mean, what would you do for that slot? Would you just say, look, do you know what, Barnes is my man? Would you kind of be stubborn that way and just put Barnes on that left side? Or would you stick with Gordon, given how well he played in that first half against Chelsea?
It's a difficult one because I think Harvey Barnes ultimately is my first choice left winger for the season, and kind of going forward when things level out, he'll be the man I would go to. But like you say, Anthony Gordon played brilliantly against Chelsea, mainly that first half. And Man United, and just cast to my mind to their team, they lack pace. I mean, Dalot as well down the right hand side isn't the most convincing as a wing back for me. Defensively, he switches off big time. So I can imagine just purely Gordon's pace and movement could really cause him damage in getting behind. I think, look, like Gordon was quality, so okay, I can understand giving Gordon the nod tonight. Big pitch, lots of space to run into. But I think there shouldn't be, and again, it goes back to gripes around kind of lack of game management. In that, I think if Gordon isn't doing it, then Harvey Barnes should come in straight away at half time, and that's that. But that probably won't happen. So it's either or, honestly, for me. Like, I can understand whatever he went for, but ultimately, I think we all can see that Anthony Gordon is the player that he favours. I know Craig Hope spoke about this, and what Craig Hope said was that, in his opinion, while Harvey Barnes didn't deserve to stay out the side and offers a lot, Craig Hope thinks that Anthony Gordon has a higher ceiling to give a higher performance. And I don't. I think a lot of it just comes down to the pace thing, really. Do you know what I mean? Like the movement and the pace, and sometimes that aggression. Okay, yes, I think he's got that over Barnes, and he can bring that A game in that style more than Barnes can. That explosiveness, but I think if you're talking about quality, ultimately Barnes could have scored goals against Chelsea, couldn't he? And he didn't. So he kind of didn't help my cause there in that game. But I think overall Barnes does bring more quality. So part of me, right, will be tempted tonight to say to Anthony Gordon, that was great against Chelsea, first half. Next time you play, that's what I want to see again. So brilliant. In the meantime, Harvey, you're up. Now shows just carry on where you left off from when you were in the team before. Part of me thinks to do that. And then bring Gordon on if Barnes isn't doing it. And you say to Gordon, go on then, repeat that first half performance. But I think you go back to where the midfield, and Colton Connor in the comments there said, Man U have half their squad missing. We need to take advantage of that. And I think they'll have Casemiro in midfield, who notoriously has struggled against our midfields. I think because of his lack of mobility. So that should certainly be the case tonight if he is playing. And Kenny W says only change will be J7 come back in tonight. And by the way, people, I can't highlight the comments on the screen. I haven't got access to that tonight, so apologise. But yeah, I can see them here. I'll read out as many as I can. And on that comment there, so only change will be J7 back in a day. To be honest, like I can see that. I can see that happening. J7 comes back in. And I think Eddie Howe views these games, these away games, like tough away games, if you like, big teams, even though Man U weren't the team they were, as games that Joe Linton comes in for. I think I would actually play Ramsey again. I think that, he's had 2 games on the trot. He's had a nice week off as well in terms of, like, match day. So there shouldn't be tiredness or anything like that. I would keep him in, Ramsey, and tell him to go again and to keep up with the physicality because he isn't, he's not necessarily a massive soft touch, is he? So you're not going to lose, like all of the physicality that Joe Linton brings. And I think we need to go there and say we're better football inside than you, you know, and we're gonna out football you. We're
Yeah.
gonna pass it around you, and like Casemiro and the others in the midfield are gonna struggle with that. Um, so I would play Ramsey,
Aye.
and then obviously you got the Bruno and Tonali. I think they play again, like you say. I think all of this is undermined by the fact that Eddie Howe seemingly does not assign one of those players to sit in more and to have their eye on the back four and to cover and close off those passing lanes from midfield into the number 10 position. And that is a frustrating thing. I think Tonali seemed to plug that gap last season at times, didn't he, when he came in that deeper role? He seemed to plug that gap where he was mopping things up, but for whatever reason, that's kind of went by the wayside. I think it's personally because ultimately, I think his instincts are kind of overriding and come through where he really, yeah, he can get stuck in. He's a good tackler. He can get up and down, but I think, he doesn't want to be set in one position, if you like, and he wants to be getting forward, and he's not necessarily want to be having his eye on the back four all the time. So I think these things level out that way, and I think that's why we need an out and out David Batty. Like
Yeah.
you say, Cheick Tiote, Mohamed Diome. We need
Mm.
somebody like that to complement Joe Linton. Complement Bruno and Tonali, and let them go up and down. That's what we need, I think. And in terms of right wing,
Yeah.
um, right wing, I mean, Murphy. I think Murphy he set up the goal, didn't he? He helped set up the goal against Chelsea again. Superb cross. That's what he does. So I'll always give him credit for that. In a world where crossing is kind of went out the game under Pep's tiki-taka over the years, although it is coming back, thankfully, where common sense is coming back, where teams are using weapons like that. And lo and behold, David Beckham was onto something back in the 90s, believe it or not. So, I'm pleased to see that coming back in slowly but surely. And Jacob Murphy epitomises that in recent years. But he did go on to give the ball away time and time again, didn't he, afterwards? And it was like really frustrating. But the other option is Alanga. And, he's on a bit of a mare at the moment.
Mm.
And he actually did put in a good cross, against Chelsea. I'll give him credit for that. And I think his confidence is on the floor. But yeah, he's not in the right place right now to be impacting us how we wanted him to. So who would you go for the right hand slot, and who would you go for in the comments on that right wing slot tonight?
Aye. So for me, I would stick with Murphy. I think Alanga, yeah, big problems there, unfortunately. But you hope he will come good. But yeah, that moment when he came on and he did it on the ball when we were on the counter attack, he had the ball just sort of like deep in our own and in their half, and it was like, okay, we're on the counter, run. Either if you can't play Whisper in, just knock it by Cucurella, and it's a foot race. Try and beat him that way. And he just did it and Evie slowed down, and he hesitated, and he was meek, and lost the ball. And yeah, it kind of, for me, sums up where he's at. I would take Nobby all day long, mate, saying in the comments there for right wing. I wish we could play him right wing tonight, but yeah, I would stick with Murphy. And yeah, maybe Alanga can come on and do some damage if his mind is right, if his mentality is better, and he just frees himself of this. Like, it's much easier said than done, but he seems to be playing in his head, and he seems to be playing with obviously very low in confidence, but with a lot of pressure on his shoulders. And if he can just say, look, if Howe says to him, just, we've brought you to this club because you're quality, so go out there and just do your stuff, mate. Don't think too much. Play an instinct and just do it. I think he's thinking too much, and it's getting to him. It means that he's in his head and he's not playing his normal game. So yeah, it will be a risk, I think, to play him right wing tonight, especially going back to his old club, Man United. So I don't think he would deal with that very well. I could be wrong, but that's just my instinct. So yeah, Murphy right wing. He did, like you say, he gave the ball away a fair bit actually in open play against Chelsea. But at the end of the day, he's always liable to put in that quality cross that you need to give the striker some kind of service. So yeah, Murphy right. I'll stick with the same three. Ramsey, 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 Tonali, and Bruno. Just on Tonali, you said there about last season, he seemed to be that number 6 last season. To be honest, when I think back, I'd have to go and watch really to be sure on this, but it just from memory, it seemed like that was more about his kind of hustling and bustling. He was kind of tracking maybe runs, or he was able to keep up better with runs going past him. He's like a terrier. He's got that energy, but I can't recall him actually kind of sitting and intercepting the passes. That's different to having the energy and the hustle and bustle. I think we need someone who is going to just, at least in some parts of the games, just sit and intercept rather than this kind of kamikaze, fast and furious kind of style. And again, I mean, I love Eddie Howe, but at the same time, I'm not just watching Newcastle sticking my head in the sand. I've got, my own sort of eyes. I can see what I would change, and I think like we've said, it screams out for that so many times this season. So yeah, we'll see how the midfield is tonight in terms of whether those gaps are there. I think there will be, unfortunately, and I just think it's going to be a question of, can we score more goals than Man United tonight? Fingers crossed we do.
Aye. I think reminders, because I can see Lee McFarlane made a good point there about Miley. I want to come back to that, so reminders of that if you can, like. But in terms of like the right wing, so you got Toon St. Byron, is it, and Christina as well. So Toon St. Byron says Gordon left wing, Barnes right wing. Christina says Gordon right wing, Barnes left wing. And I can see that Niall Powell says that why move Gordon when he was man of the match again on left wing last week. And the thing is, right, is like I kind of understand that, but why do we then move Barnes? So we're happy to shoehorn Barnes right wing after he's our best player on the left. Then all of a sudden he's shoehorned on the right when he's got into his rhythm, he's got into his floor on the left hand side. And it seems like we're afraid to do that with Anthony Gordon. I mean, maybe neither options are good options. I take that point as well. I think that's ultimately Anthony Gordon has the attributes to go down the outside on the right, to create, to put crosses in, to stretch defenses, and to go down the line and give us another option where you got Barnes coming inside and scoring goals from that way and setting up goals that way. So to me, if we're going to mix up the wings and those two players, it's obvious that Anthony Gordon should be at least tried on the right before now. The fact that he's rarely been tried on the right, means that it's probably not going to happen. And that's, it's going to, like you said, Niall, it's too late now in that Anthony Gordon was brilliant against Chelsea, and I do agree. Just like with Barnes, when he's brilliant on the right, on the left, why then move them out to a different position?
And just what I would say as well to Niall is, I always think back to that game last season against Arsenal at home when Gordon played right wing that one time, it feels like, and he whipped in that quality cross for the snake up front, and yeah, that cross was just brilliant. And he can definitely play right wing. It's just we've rarely seen it being given a chance. But that game always stands out to me when we played that in that position against Arsenal, and he was really effective. So I think that's a good shout actually from Christina. I think I'd probably stick with Murphy, but if I was going to change anything, I wouldn't. If you say to me you can't play Murphy right winger, I wouldn't put Elanga there. I would put Gordon there and Barnes left. So yeah, good shout. I think we need to utilize that option more as the season goes on. It's an option for us, you know. Like I just don't get why you wouldn't kind of use that, you know, at times in the season if you maybe, you know, if Murphy's off the boil or if you've got injuries there. Yeah, why not shift Gordon over to that side? It's strange that it never seems to happen.
You want to be flexible, don't you? And it's up to Anthony Gordon to be flexible. And I think one of the questions is, does Anthony Gordon want to be a provider of goals as opposed to a scorer of goals coming in from the left? I mean, he hasn't scored nowhere near enough in the last year, so that's kind of out the window to start with it in a way. But I think Anthony Gordon has his eye on the left wing spot for the World Cup. That obviously shouldn't have anything to do with us, and we should not cater to Gordon whatsoever in that regard.
No.
But I just think that I've said it's Project Anthony Gordon, and I think that Eddie Howe, for whatever reason, does cater towards Gordon, and I think there should be more flexibility to kind of throw a curveball at the opposition as well. So Amarin tonight would expect Anthony Gordon to be in the left. What about when he got the team sheet tonight? He sees that both Barnes and Gordon are playing, and he sees Barnes is on the left. You know, it is throwing a curveball to him to say, okay, deal with that. And
Yeah.
I think the top players, especially like wingers and kind of front three players, they're not wedded just to one side all of the time, you know, and they can go both sides, and especially somebody with pace. That's the thing when you got pace, and you know, I think of Madueke for Arsenal, right? He's been brilliant for them this season, and he showed promise at Chelsea. He was hit and miss, but he's at Arsenal now, and he's doing well. He can go both sides. He can, if he's left-footed, he can go down the left, go down the line to provide. He can do it. He's better coming inside on the right, but he can go on both sides. That's the point. And he can still be effective as a different type of player, different type of wide man. So yeah, I think Anthony Gordon doesn't do it for whatever reason. And I think it's unfortunate because Harvey Barnes, without the electric pace, if you like, needs to be on the left-hand side more than Anthony Gordon, because when you have Barnes on the left, it tailors towards coming in on his right foot to get those shots away, to link up the play, as opposed to coming in on his left foot on the right side, where he's nowhere near as effective. And he hasn't got the pace necessarily to beat the fullback to go on the outside to whip balls in like Anthony Gordon has. Said it a million times. It just seems to me like the attributes all stack up for the way we've said. But you know, there you go. It's not going to happen, is it? And
I mean,
I think
on that, right? I can't believe that Eddie Howe would stick with the left wing and only the left wing for Anthony Gordon just because he wants him to play there for England. I just cannot believe Eddie Howe would bring that into the equation. I mean, what England do with Anthony Gordon, obviously, has got no bearing on Newcastle United and Eddie Howe's job. So I don't think Eddie Howe would kind of put his job at risk to benefit over the benefits that England gets. So I just think it's we see it, you know, differently. That's all it is. I mean, it's a strange one. I'll always say that maybe what's happened is Anthony Gordon has kind of said, I feel like it's my best position, and they've kind of thought, yeah, we can see why you think that. We feel the same, that, you know, the left is where you're most effective, and they've kind of just went along with that, and they just believe that that's where he's most effective. But I think, like we've said, I think that we've seen enough to kind of to say that no, actually, you're missing a trick there, because right wing he would be just as, if not more, effective. So
yeah, Yeah, I agree. I I think just to go back to the point there as well about Miley. I think that's somebody said there in the comments. Sorry, I forgot your name, mate. That Miley could be the number six sitting in, and I do actually agree with that. We said that, didn't we? Out of all the players in the squad, you look at Miley at right back and his defensive work and his reading of the game. I think that lends itself towards being a number six, being a more defensive minded midfielder, but with the technical ability to keep the ball and to start the attacks from deep. I know Jefferson said that he sees him more as a number 10. And so I can see both sides. I think he's talented enough that he's got the ability to play both roles, really. But no, I think that is an option going forward. I think, like, this season, if we want to change things up a little bit and have somebody sitting in more, once Tino's fit, I wouldn't be averse to having Miley sitting in there to allow and release Bruno and Tonali up the field. I think that's an option, no
Hmm.
doubt. And just to mention about Murphy, um, I think Jacob Murphy, like, the thing is that he's by far, unless Gordon's going to play on the right, he's by far the best option, Jacob Murphy. But it does go back to one of my gripes with playing players when they're not 100% fit. And by all accounts, Jacob Murphy is playing through an injury, through a knock. I know that these things go on in that, if you've got a knock, it, excuse me, it's like playing through the pain barrier. So okay, fine, but I think if it's an injury in itself, and you are risking um, exacerbating that injury, then to me, I don't agree. Again, I just fundamentally don't agree with that practice. If a player is not fit and has an injury, you bite the bullet, and they're not in the squad, and the next man in line it comes into the team, and it's down to them to sink or swim. Whether that is like somebody like Alanga, or whether that is a youngster, or whether that is changing the formation around. Do you know what I mean? So that you're not having to play that position. That's up to the manager. But the player himself who was injured, for me, is out of the squad, because you don't
Hmm.
want to compound the injury and make it even worse in the long term. And again, that's something I don't really agree with. Fingers
Hmm.
crossed Murphy isn't injured further and recovers fine, and hopefully that is the case. But this point goes back to Joe Linton being on the bench when he hasn't came on, and by all accounts, normally he would come on. I question how fit he is, so why is he on the bench? Um, so I mean, like you say about Alanga as well with the right wing spot. I think this game, like you say, going back to his old club, I think will be too much pressure. I mean, away from home, I think somebody said then in the comments about maybe the pressure at home is too much for him, so maybe away from home it's better for him. But with it being his old club, I think it's probably going to be not one for him to thrive in, if you like.
Hmm.
So, I think the best to hope for is that impact sub. And I think the team comes out in 5 minutes, doesn't it? It's normally an hour and 15 minutes before kickoff,
Hmm.
so we'll certainly be keeping an eye on that. So Gavin Fuller says here, lads, only problem Eddie Howe keeps saying he doesn't play with a 6 and he doesn't play with a 10. And I know, mate, and like, again, this is where I come back to like fundamentally disagreeing on that outlook. And I'll say it again. Who am I? Who am I to say that? I haven't got me UEFA A licenses. Jesus. I as a fan, I'm just giving my opinion. And I've watched football for over 20 years, and I just think like football's a simple game in that sometimes you can overcomplicate it. And I
Ah.
think if you've got three number eights midfield, all rotating responsibility as to who does what, I just think, like, as we've seen, inevitably gaps will appear between your defence and midfield, and you're going to get caught out, especially against the top side teams. Space is going to be exploited, and it has been time and time again. That number 10 position is exploited, and the
Yeah.
in behind. So I just don't agree. I'd love us to try, either with a six in this formation or with a four. I say 4-2-3-1, essentially 4-4-2. Like, if you cut out the kind of fancy wording of it these days, because teams played 4-2-3-1 in the past, but it was called 4-4-2. You had Dennis Bergkamp, you had Gianfranco Zola, Teddy Sheringham dropping in at 10, making that number 1, that 10 position. So yeah, I think going forward tonight, let's talk about that. Let's talk about the attack. So you said Wissa, didn't you, for tonight?
Yeah. And Tony, I mean, you're not wrong, Tony. We've got Moby style video tonight for you folks, because there is something funny going on with the screen that I've chosen for the background, but nothing I can do about that, mate. We're going Moby, and that's that. So yeah, but yeah. So attacking wise, I think Wissa. It's a tough one because obviously Voltemade, he's staked his claim. He's got the 2 goals against Chelsea, and we all love Voltemade. How well he's done this season, it's brilliant to see. How quickly he's settled. Do you just, we've said this before, fans will at some point will expect, I think, to see them both. Do you not just do that tonight? Do you not just say, you know what, we've got 2 quality strikers there. They're both fit. I mean, against Chelsea, I was saying before the match, I'm not privy to the data that we get in terms of fitness and injuries and all that. So I thought maybe, with Wissa on the bench, Big Nick started and he'd done the business. But in hindsight, I'm just thinking, I mean, like you say, you should have brought Wissa on. Wissa way earlier before Chelsea got the second goal. But in hindsight, could you not have even just started them both? So I just feel like maybe if you're asking me what I would do, I think I would think about doing that. Okay, maybe away from home might not be the game to try that. Maybe you want to try that at home first. So I get that that kind of way of thinking. It is a tough one because I'd say you could just stick with Big Nick, but I just feel like you're losing the threat on the counter attack in terms of pace. And I think that plays a big part. If you're playing away from home, inevitably you're going to soak up a bit more pressure than what you do at home. No matter what, really. I think obviously we want to try and dominate this game and go into the midfield, like the 3 did against Chelsea first half. Dominate the middle of the park, get a hold of the ball, but you can try and do that, and you can do that to a certain extent. But I think Man United away, they will always have a spell, okay, and on that counter attack, Wissa, I think, is going to be more of a handful for them. I could be completely wrong. Obviously, I said this before the Chelsea game. Like I said, Big Nick goes and scores 2 quality goals. So he's got a bit of a dilemma, I think, on his hands. Because, again, if you play them both, then obviously you're going to be maybe short in the midfield a little bit. But what would you do in terms of, let's say, if you're going to play them both tonight? How would you set that up in terms of still keeping it compact enough away from home?
I think the team might be out actually. Let's have a look. 2 seconds.
Aye.
Yeah, the team's out. So I'll read it out there. So you got Ramsdale in goal. So you got Lewis Hall left back, Fabian Schär centre back. I think it's the same team. Aye.
Yeah, isn't
so
it?
Ramsey's playing. That's interesting. So Ramsey's in again. So yeah, same team.
Yeah.
Murphy right wing, Wallermaid up front. Mali's in there, and also Tonali, Bruno. So there's your midfield 3: Tonali, Bruno, Ramsey. Murphy's in, so Murphy right wing. Gordon's in, Gordon left wing. Wallermaid up front, Mali right back, and Thiaw and Schär centre backs with Lewis Hall left back and Ramsdale in goal. I think with the only thing I would say is going like during the game, right? If you got Wiss on the bench, like he's the outball for tired legs, isn't he? So like, let's say if we're winning the game, right? If we play, let's say we start Wissa and we're winning the game, and it's like 2-1, whatever, and Man U are coming on to try and get a goal. I think maybe to bring Walter Mader on in those circumstances is less impactful when Man U are pushing up because he hasn't got the pace to threaten him behind.
Hmm.
Do you know what I mean? So like maybe he's thinking of that, and I understand that. It's it's a tricky one. Like I mean, again, if Alanga was on form, do you know what I mean? If Alanga had settled, then he would have been perfect weapon, even down the middle to
Unleash.
uh, I'd be to be a compromise in that and to
Mm.
offer that threat and behind while still having Automator coming on as a sub. So it's difficult. Like, I think on that big pitch at Old Trafford as well, I think Wissa would be quality to be roaming around on the shoulder and pinning them back. And yeah, and Connor says there, Alanga not in the squad
It's
tonight.
interesting
So
that, like, is that through injury? I don't know whether that's injury or whether it's just, I can't imagine he would drop him out the whole squad purely because he's just not playing well. I, I could be wrong,
mm,
but Howe doesn't strike me as someone who kind of be as brutal as that. But I mean,
mm.
if he has done that, I wouldn't argue because, like I say, his head doesn't seem right, Alanga,
Yeah,
at the minute.
unless there's stuff going on out off the football
Yeah, that
pitch.
we don't know
You know,
about. Yeah.
yeah. And Connor says, yeah, so Pope is on the bench. Um, so that kind of says that he selected Ramsdale. You know, the decision was taken out of Eddie Howe's hands, wasn't it? 3-4 weeks
Initially,
ago,
yeah.
initially, aye. And now that Pope's on the bench, is that Eddie Howe, firmly selecting Ramsdale over Pope? It has to be, really. Unless you go back to my point about putting players on the bench when they're not fully fit. I mean, surely you wouldn't do that with a goalkeeper, but who knows? Who knows? But interesting to see that Ramsdale is still in. And to be fair, like I had doubts. I've still got doubts long term. But after the Bayer Leverkusen game, I thought Ramsdale was flapping all over the place and looked really insecure. So I was kind of thinking, you know what, maybe you get put back in. But to be fair, I think it is right that Ramsdale is given a run and just is allowed to play, the next few months. See how he does. I think there's no doubt that we'll look more comfortable in possession going back to him.
Mm,
It's just a case of kind of him making those saves that we want him to make and
mhm.
making match winning saves that Pope does when he's at his best. But I think neither long term options are there. I think long term we need a new number one. I think everyone agrees with that. But I think Ramsdale at the end of the day, right? Pope was underperforming massively and making ricks time and time again. So yeah, I think keep Ramsdale in.
Yeah.
Toon Army says 3-1 defeat, lads. Unfortunately, honestly, like nothing would surprise us tonight because we played so well against Chelsea. We'll let first half, we'll let it slip second half, and we're playing away from home at nights where you know we've been so underwhelming. So but ultimately we have got a better team than Man United on paper. So anything can happen tonight for me.
Yeah. Just can't see us keeping a clean sheet. Just cannot see that happening. So yeah, I don't want to be negative. Christmas time, but yeah, if we don't lose tonight, I'd be surprised. Just if you look at the away form that we're in, we have become a soft touch away from home, especially. I mean, yeah, it's just the way we're set up. There's no doubt about it. We're not as we're too easy to break down. We're not as hard to break down like we used to be, and I can't see that changing tonight. I'd love to be, proven wrong. So we'll see. But yeah, we're not. If we keep a clean sheet, I'd be amazed. But it'd be interesting to see, how if these patterns of play that we've talked about in terms of the gaps behind the midfield, and obviously, you're never gonna be perfect. So sometimes the opposition they're gonna carve out some openings through their own good play. But it's still going to be interesting to see just how open we are. Are we going to be like kamikaze kind of style where it's just the midfield are just bombing on, and not really sort of protecting sometimes what you've got if you're winning or even if you're drawing sometimes. Just have a spell where you keep it compact and tight and, keep stay in the game. We don't tend to do that. It's very much just like all or nothing in terms of the style of play. So Yeah. I'm glad, obviously, that Mbeumo is not playing because, yeah, he would have been a threat. Obviously, but Bruno Fernandes, yeah, he is a threat. I mean, he's a strange one. There's times you watch him and you think, wow, like he's not all that much. He's not all that great. But then, to be fair, there's other games you watch him and he does look quality. Looks like a world beater. He can pick out a pass. The timing of his pass, I think, often is really good. So I'm glad he's missing. Do you think Kobbie Mainoo will come in the middle of the park for Man United?
Possibly. I know he's been frozen out, hasn't he? But maybe this
Yeah.
is a chance where he has to come in. And if he does, I'll be keeping my eye on him because we've been linked with him, and I think he's a really good player. Whether he's what we need, I think, is another question. We're talking about a six. He's not really a six. He's like Bruno and Tonali. He's up and down. And then going forward, he's quality. So as much as I like him, I'm not sure if he's the right player for us. But we'll see what happens. But I think he might well come in. But yeah, Toons and Byron, good show, lads. The new Anton Deck. Appreciate the support, mate. Really doing it. The support from everyone watching tonight. Yeah, we don't take it for granted. So I think, like for me, I'm pleased Ramsey in midfield. I'm pleased that he is starting his third successive game for us. And I really want him to step up because he needs to show why he's in the team. And then if he does, then he can stay in the team.
Mm-hmm.
We need him to show that quality that he can bring in terms of the technical side of things, going forward, making things happen, creating chances, and maybe having some shots at goal. I think if he can bring that tonight, that's going to help massively. I think that the thing that I want to see tonight as well is I'll go back to the start of the show, right? The basics. We're away from home against, obviously one of the biggest teams in the league, but a team that is nowhere near what they want it to be, and a team that is vulnerable. We just need to go there and do the basics first and foremost. We didn't do the basics against Chelsea. We didn't get goal side. We didn't track runs. We didn't block off passing lanes to obvious targets in that number 10 position. I just want to see the basics done tonight. And the rest, if they're on their game, should take care of itself, with the quality we can have.
Mm-hmm.
I think Walter Maida starting, we've got to support them, so it's really down to Anthony Gordon and Murphy to be up there with them so that they can run him behind and pin Manu back. And then obviously get Wissa on to pin them back further second half. Again, it's down to Eddie Howe. Is he going to make those subs at the right times? We'll see again. But yeah, Niall Powell says in game management cost us 3 points against Chelsea. And I can't disagree with that, mate. And so we'll see tonight. I think it's their force to win, but we need to bring it all together. And game management is one of the ingredients that needs to be, bang on. And yeah, I want them to be proactive. That's what I want to see, Bruno Enjoyer says Sesko hat-trick. So maybe, yeah, Man U fan there with his Fernandez.
I mean, one thing about Man United is,
Yeah.
They seem to be really bitter about obviously going back to '96, missing out on Shiva. Yeah, that's really stung them because you fast forward how many years later and they're still singing about Alan Shearer. So you would think all those trophies and all those titles and all those other strikers that they signed, you'd think that would have helped them kind of get over it. But seemingly not. So it's a strange one, I think. But because they don't like him, put it that way. Yeah,
Still stings.
it's
Yeah, and where's Alanga? Ashton says, and yeah, well, I think hopefully they're in the presser. They'll ask a relevant question and find out. But yeah, it's been a great show tonight. Again, thanks for all your comments. I do apologise, haven't been able to get through all of them, and haven't been able to get them on the screen. Next time, should be able to. Yeah, we'll certainly carry on the interaction. But stick with us tonight because we've got the live commentary with Gary and Borky throughout the match. So have that on in the background if you like, and while you're watching it. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Gary and Borky make of the lineup and
Yeah,
make of our.
they'll dissect it for you, lads and lasses,
Mm,
and they'll give you your take on that. So stay tuned for that one.
mm, mm. And by the way, just Lee McFarlane says, "Where's Alanga?" is said during when he's on the pitch anyway.
Yeah, true.
So yeah, you can't argue against that either. Aye, I'd love it if we could win with quality. You know, a nice Boxing Day win, just a nice festive win
Oh,
for Christmas. You know, so and like you say, reignite some hope. So fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Well, you all right, lads? Gary, Borky?
Well, are you boys? You doing good?
happy
I'm good,
Christmas.
Matt. I'm good.
Merry
Yeah,
Christmas
happy
to
Christmas.
you too as well. Yeah, fabulous.
Cheers.
Interesting to think that he's. I mean, we're going to go through the lineup in depth in a minute, but they've made a change, and it's like I say, it seems as if both sides seem to go with a lot of youth on the bench. It looks like Man United are stripped bare bones, if I'm honest with you, when it comes to their first team, and there's only one change, which is strange. They've dropped Yoro. And they've brought Martinez back in at the back end. And I think that's probably a bit more experience. Yoro has left himself wide open for criticism. And like I say, they've got Heaven at the back with Luke Shaw. So again, it's not much pace in there at the back. And like I say, Eddie Howe seems to have gone unchanged. But we'll get into that all, in depth, I suppose. I was gonna ask you guys while you're on, just before you go. Great show, by the way.
Cheers.
I want to ask you guys, like I say, we've got Boak in. I don't know whether we're going to have the mighty Win with us at some point during the show. If tonight Eddie wins, does that seem to put a little bit of a cover over the away day performances so far this season? Does it give him that little bit more limelight? It was an interesting response from Eddie Howe when he was talking about what's happening on the training ground. I don't know whether you guys have seen that or heard that, where he was more or less saying it's all gone a bit wrong with the training ground and the stadium, and he's 99.9% sure that he won't be at the club when that all starts. So I think I don't know whether that's literally him questioning his ability or whether he's had some type of conversation behind the scenes. So we'll get into all that. But I was going to ask you, is tonight, if he wins tonight away from home at Old Trafford, I mean, at the end of the day, they're going to have lots of, responses, aren't they? Oh, it's our weakened side and everything else. You wouldn't have beat us if we had our strongest side out there. That ain't our issue. Our issue is to go out there and prove a point, I suppose. Or does it, if he wins, like I say, does it throw the blanket? If he loses tonight, does that put a massive question mark over his future? Where do you guys sit in on this?
I think for me, I want to see consecutive wins in the road to see a turning point. I think if we win tonight, then great. And even though Man United are not the side they were and they are weakened tonight, I think it's still always nice to win at Old Trafford at one of these types of grounds. And it gives you confidence. So there's no doubt that a win would kind of set us up for that, turning the corner potentially. But I'm not going to really say it's definitely turning the corner in itself, because we won against Everton, didn't we? 4-1. And then I know it's a derby game, but lo and behold, the Markham game comes along and we were what we were in that game away from home. So it would definitely give us some hope. But in terms of turning the corner, would need to put 2 or 3 results together consecutively, I think, to then really plant our flag down and say, right, okay, we're serious now about actually climbing up the league and being consistent.
Yeah.
Pete, what you're feeling the same?
Pretty much. I just feel like it's going to take a big shift from Eddie Howe, from how he normally sets up, from what we've seen, especially this season, to change this kind of this way of playing where we're so open. Like, he's going to have to then think, I need to plug these holes and I need to set up. I mean, you can call it defensive, more defensively minded. You can, call it negative if people want to say that. But I think he's going to have to kind of make that decision and kind of say to himself, look, we just can't be so open, and I'm going to have to maybe move one or two players around, and be open to doing that, even if it's just in-game management, and in a way that he hasn't done before. And I'm not sure if I'm going to kind of see that really. So, but I said earlier, Gary, like for me, I don't like to kind of talk as if we've got this magic button where you just bring in someone else who's got all the answers and is brilliant at everything. Do you know what I mean? Like, so it's not as simple as that. And I think Eddie Howe obviously brings so much good things, so much positivity to the team, to the club. It's a shame he can't just like I said earlier, make us that bit more compact to complement the attacking side of things, because that is being totally undermined by these gaps that appear. And I think for me, it's a case of sitting down at the end of the season, seeing where we're at, and going from there. I feel like it's maybe time for. I think at that point, it's probably going to be where you kind of think it's maybe time for a new direction.
Yeah. I think there's going to be, like I say, I think there's a lot of question marks still hanging around us, and like I say, tonight I think typifies exactly where we are as a fan base, if you like, because before, when you look at an opposition as weak as it is, we've all seen in seasons, in the last couple of seasons, we'd all be sitting here now saying, it's going to be how many we get tonight, not if we get it, and it just goes to show, doesn't it, how just with our away performance, just sometimes we can all sit there and just go, is this a banana skin for us tonight? Because like I say, very much a weakened side for them. They are down to the bare bones. But I just want to say thank you very much. And like I say, we're going to crack on with the rest of the show now. Thanks to Tim. Thanks to Peter. Happy New Year if I don't see it or hear from you before. And nice boys and girls in the chat, thank you ever so much so far with all the bits and pieces that you've thrown at these lads. Some great questions. We'll be right back with you after this next video.
How are the lads?
You are listening to
NUFC Talk Radio.
Voice of the Toon Army. Live daily on the website, on YouTube, and on every online radio directory.
NUFC Talk.
The voice of the Toon Army.
Here we are, me, the Geordie Yam Yam. We've got the mighty Win, and we've got Boca. You're muted, buddy. You're muted, Win. I can't hear ya.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Yay! Merry Christmas. Indeed. I hope you've all had a fabulous couple of days. It's a humdinger at the racecourse ground, I must admit. Wrexham 4, Sheffield United 3 now. It is going mental at the racecourse ground. I hope our game is as good as this one's been when it comes to goals. I don't know whether you guys had seen the Eddie Howe chat today, which seems to be making all the noise in the background there. It's been a bit of a strange one, I must admit, when you listen to what's being said. Did you hear my comments when Eddie's made this comment? I'll tell you what, I'll put it on the screen and then we'll go from there, because it was an interesting one, this, when he was talking to Sky Sports and making some type of question over his future at the club. And like I say, you can look at this in two different ways, if you like. I mean, he's probably been quite open and honest when it comes to, when the actual ground and everything else comes to being made and everything else. We know it's going to be another 4 years. So I suppose, when you look at it from that point of view, he's not thinking too far in the future. So let's listen to him, and then we'll go with what you guys have to say. So this is Eddie, like I say, talking to Sky Sports.
If I'm looking at the club with a broader viewpoint, I think the training ground, stadium, that sort of part of the club, I think is, of course, it's been a bit in limbo at the moment in terms of which direction the club's going to take. I think that would be a big step forward to have clarity on that, and to take everything into the future in a really positive way, I think that would have a game-changing effect on everything. And then I also talk about the academy and that, and they are a great way of setting standards higher and showing your ambition in a really clear and strong way of where the club's going to go. So I'd say that'll be a game changer when that happens. And I know the ambition is there from everyone to make that happen. I'd rather it was correct than rushed. I know that there's a 99.9% chance that I'm not going to see either, in my position. But I'm still passionate about making sure it's there for the future generations of Newcastle, whether that's supporters or players. And I think the board recognise how important that is as well. So I think the ambition's there to do it, the drive is there to do it, the work's going on behind the scenes, a bit of patience to make sure that it's the right solution for everybody.
Interesting, if I'm honest. It sounded to me as though he was talking in the third person there, as though he's not going to be involved in any of the upcoming events that are happening at St James's Park or at the training ground. What was your thoughts on that? I've just seen we're going to do this super chat that's come through from Michael. Thank you, Michael. Hi all, Toon win 20-0, is that? 20-0? Oh, I like it. I like it, Michael, if that's the case. No, I think he's 2-0 Toon. Yeah, that's what I've gone with, mate. I've gone 2-0 to the 2. Thanks, buddy.
So as far as Eddie's comments are concerned, what's he saying? It's almost certain that we ain't going to be in a new ground for, let's say, 5 years. Every manager in football knows that their future is decided on nothing else other than results. Has he got a crystal ball to predict what's going to happen in the next 5 years? Of course he hasn't. So he's saying, it's by no means certain that I'm going to be here in 5 years. He knows the ambitions of the board. And is he still going to be here? Well, like I say, results will dictate, starting imminently. With where we are right now, starting imminently. I hope. Go on, Bo.
No, go on, I'll let you finish, Win.
I obviously hope that he will be here, because if nothing else, it means that we're getting those results. And, I will never, ever be more grateful to him. Best manager we've had in my 60-odd years of watching the Toon. So I want him to be our Sir Alex. Appropriate, because we're playing these now, and I think we could go on a massive declining spiral, as Man United have done since Sir Alex left. If we don't stick with him. But results count.
I think it tells a lot about where his mindset is at the minute, in regards to, with that sort of question, he could just have batted it back, saying hopefully the ground and the training facilities get done as quickly as possible, yada yada yada. But he actually made it personal about himself, which I think tells a lot. I think he's in the mindset now as well that maybe he knows his time.
He knows he's under pressure. Absolutely.
He knows he's under pressure. He knows his time at the club's coming to an end, sort of thing. But
whoa!
Hang on, you had your King's speech yesterday when you did your little podcast. So I'll have my little say about him today. He's been great forward, and he's been a fantastic manager. Let's not sit and call the bloke out before the match. Let's get the match out of the way, and then we can talk about that next week. But
it was just an interesting
the team beforehand.
Yeah, exactly. It was just interesting to think that he's come out with that type of stuff now. At the start of a big match, if I'm honest with you, and it was more the fact that is that a bit of a knock towards what's going on regarding the stadium, and again this is what I can't understand with the way it's been dealt with, if I'm honest with you. And you're absolutely right. This is for another show, and I suppose we can get into the nuts and cracking up crannies of it when we do a show later on after this game. But you know, we all said, didn't we, when you start theorising on a new stadium, you know, the fans' reaction are going to get onto the top of that, and that's just going to draw people in, drive that nail further into that wood, if you like. And when you start not to hear the developments of it going as well as you expect it to be, the news, the noise becomes a little bit stale, and then you hear about the training ground now is being redeveloped to a degree, you know, and they're obviously putting an extension on the academy part of it. It does make you wonder what's going on, and I don't know whether that was a bit of a sideswipe from him there when he was talking, you know, as if it's gone a little bit Pete Tong. But like you say, that's something that we'll get into in one of our conversations later on in the week. So let's concentrate on what Mr. Amrin has got to say about his other United, I suppose.
I think in the future we can change also the, like I was always talking, and you guys, especially you, about the system. We can play a different way to take more quality from these players, because I have the feeling that if we have to play a perfect 3-4-3, we need to spend a lot of money and we need time. So I'm starting to understand that is not going to happen. So maybe I have to adapt. But talking about the winger position, is to playing with Ahmad is completely different. Imagine if we have a different character with the right foot, like Ahmad, in the other side. So you can be more aggressive. You can change the way you play completely with the same system.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. How long has he been at the club now? And now all of a sudden he's decided that the players that he's got can't play this system, and he may have to change. I think that's what everybody, the world and his brother, has been talking and telling him, that these guys can't play that system. Well, like I said, he's stuck with it now, and it looks like he's playing the same system tonight, this 3-4-3 or a 3-4-2-1, if you like. Interesting points of view from Amrim with Manchester United. Win, what do you think?
Just getting back to Eddie, you know, I think the clickbait nonsense that went on with all the big journalists trying to make much more of what he said than what it actually was nonsense. Eddie is super intelligent. He plays a straight bat all the time, and basically he was just telling it like it is. And they've all, you know, jumped on the bandwagon to get clickbait. Oh, Eddie says he's not, he's going somewhere, whatever. It's a nonsense, man. Results will dictate.
Absolutely, and it's like that's the same with any league, isn't it? You know, you're only in situ if the results are going your way, unless obviously there's a club.
I don't want to get negative, but can we just call you up on that win in regards to the journalists? They've all been so positive towards him. You've watched every press conference this season. They never call him out. They never say a word against him. Then as soon as they do something like clickbait, and they haven't actually called him out for anything as such, all they've done is said with the words he's used, you jump on that bandwagon. Those pressers, the biggest fault they have had this season is not calling Eddie Howe out at all. You know, they never follow up with a decent question. They never question his tactics. Not once have they questioned why the hell he makes the substitutes he does at times. So, you know, you can't have a both sides of coin with him. You've got to make their money somewhere.
What do you mean both sides of the coin? All I'm saying is that they've taken what he said, put their spin on it, and went for clickbait.
Because they've never asked him the questions that they could have got miles more clickbait from. Like,
well, they have been asking him the questions.
Why are your substitutions so poor? And then again, following it up with, no, Eddie, why are you changing the tactics and doing those substitutions that you've seen game after game after game after game don't work?
Well, one of the things to answer that question in particular is the fact that each journo only gets like one question. So sometimes the guy will actually say one question each, lads. And
the journos then choose to ask him, do you like fish and chips or do you like a chicken dinner better? You know, they don't ask him the tough questions about the game.
Did you guys see the Stevie Bruce Christmas special about his days at and he mentioned being hounded by the journos, especially the one who we all know quite well, even though he refused to name him. That was quite a funny one. Let's get into, like I say, let's get into tonight's game. Let's have a look at their lineup then. We've got in goal, Le Mans, Dello at the back, Martinez at the back, and obviously you've got Luke Shaw. In the middle of the park, you've gone with his forward at the back with Dorgu, Casemiro, Ugarte and Dallo. Then your front two, or your front three, if you like, is Cunha, Mount and Sesko for Manchester United. And like I say, they've got quite a very young bench. Beyando, Fredrickson, Malacia, Yoro, Fletcher. Two Fletchers, actually, the two brothers. Lacey, Montato and Xerxes. Like I said, there's only a couple of players on there that have had first-team football. Lacey's had 15 minutes or so as well. Like I say, very inexperienced bench. So it's going to be interesting to see, like I say, if he wants to change it up, if it's not going their way. Not a lot to actually change it up with. And again, we always talk about teams having players on the bench that can do something and change the way the game's going. So let's have a look at Newcastle then. Ramsdale on the bench still. Hall, Shaw, Tonali, Gordon.
But Ramsdale not on the bench.
Not on the bench, no. Porpy is on the bench, yeah. Now he's back in. Ramsdale has still got the nod. So he's literally gone with the same side that got the great start and the great first half against Chelsea. Like I say, Chow, Murphy, Voltemada, Bruno G, Ramsey and Miley. And on the bench, we've got Pope, Joe Linton, Wissat, Barnes, Willock, Alex Murphy, Shahar, Neve and Alabi. Nice to see young Alabi on there. I know there was lots of conversation saying, well, what's happened to Elanga all of a sudden? And Elanga's not even in the squad for this Boxing Day match. So I wonder whether the gaffer is literally just saying to him, have a holiday, have a break, just stay away from it.
Have a break, have a Kit Kat.
Have a Kit Kat and get your head back on and let's get you back in the new year firing on all cylinders, because he's certainly been, not firing on all cylinders. He's had a few back splutterers in his first 17 games that he's appeared. So hopefully, things can only get better, as they say. But again, I like the fact that you've got young Alabi in there, Shahar, Neve, and Alex Murphy. Like I say, a little bit of youth involved as well as a little bit of experience. Your thoughts on keeping the same side then, lads?
Well, I like the fact that Pope is now on the bench straight away, refuting all of the arguments that he's got his favourites and he'd play them regardless. Why
is Barnes not playing them?
Because Gordon had a fantastic game on Tuesday night.
Barnes has been the better player this season, so why did Gordon get in the team straight away? You can't say he hasn't got his favourites. He's got his favourite players.
Well, you'll say that.
You come out with these statements and you can't say that he has got his favourite players. Good team.
Langer's got an ankle injury. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Connor.
Cheers, Connor, mate. I think it's a good team.
The three names that are always brought...
But don't come out with statements that Pope isn't straight back in the team, so he hasn't got his favourites, when as soon as he's had the chance to put Gordon straight back in the team, he's done it.
Well, he obviously thinks Gordon's a better player than Barnes to start off, to start a match, which he was proven right with the other night.
And we drew 2-2. That went 2-0.
Yeah, 2-0 up when he started with a goal and an assist.
Like I say, you can't blame Gordon for conceding 2 goals, though, can you?
No, you don't blame Gordon, but you also can't say that Eddie Howe doesn't have his favourite players. He does. We know this.
Well, I think what you've got to also understand, and I do understand where Wynn comes from when him and Chris have this to do. What you don't get from Harvey Barnes, Murphy or Voltemada is that pressure from that speed, you know. And I think what you've got with Gordon, with that speed, he can catch you out. And you saw it the other day when Voltemada coming off the blind side and took the ball off the keeper. You know, it can create a lot of problems if you're coming on the blind side. And I understand why Gordon does get the nod over Harvey Barnes, even though I think you're absolutely right. I think Harvey Barnes has been the better player on a consistent note when it comes to it, because we certainly seen that Anthony Gordon literally only shows up on the odd occasion. I'm hoping that's turned a corner, because, like I say, he's now vying for a World Cup spot that is literally heavily loaded with talent on that left-hand side. So he's got to pick through a lot of bag of bones to be, part of the English squad if he's going forward. So continuity, I think, is an absolute must. So let's have a quick look at how these teams line up on the park. And like I say, it's going to be this 3-4-3 with Dorgu and Dalot playing out on that width, giving Casemiro and Ugarte a little bit of cover. Bit of a strange one, this, because it's like I say, this is why it fails to work. The Christmas tree is a great formation if you've got players to use it, but you've got to have players that are able to work hard, especially in the midfield on that wing. And if they haven't got the fitness, they certainly haven't got the mentality to play the style of football that they need with the overloads left and right, the Christmas tree fails 9 times out of 10. I think we've got very much the killing of this in midfield if, and again, we look at our wingers doing what we saw them doing, especially the first half against Chelsea, and that's really putting the press on. And like I say, maybe that's the reasons why Anthony Gordon's playing, because what we should see today with the 4 up top, again, Mount will drop into the middle, leaving Cunha and Sesko, I would imagine, higher up the field of play. Mount will be that one that drops into the 8 and plays the diamond with Casemiro and Ugarte. I mean, for me, Ugarte has been under a lot of scrutiny this season. Like I say, we know what Casemiro can give them, you know, and for me, there's probably only one danger man for me, and that's Cunha, who has had a half-decent start for Manchester United since his move from Wolves. So, again, but very much a temperamental type of player. If he's not getting the service, if he's not getting the way the game's going, he can drop his head. He's more of that mental approach player than somebody who's just willing to like roll his sleeves up, pull his socks up and have a go. He needs the game to be flowing in his way for him to be involved in the game. So what's your thoughts then, boys, in the system? Where do you see the issues, if there is issues, from Manchester United? And where do you see our strengths compared to theirs?
We've got the same strengths we've always had. And as you saw, I waited till lineups were announced before I put my prediction in. I'm saying 4-1 because they'll probably get a penalty being at Old Trafford. Otherwise, I would have been saying 4-0 because we should be beating this team. End of. With our lineup there, we should be beating this team comfortably.
I like the team that he's put out. I think it's a good team. The one thing I've really thought we might see this game, especially with the style of play their players, Wisser and Voltemada up front together. So a sort of a Voltemada a little bit further back and Wisser as the box player, and then they can interchange. But
who would you drop for that?
I was just going to say, I don't know who I'd take out the team for that. I think it would probably have to be Ramsey, and you put Tonali a little bit further forward. Sorry, Tonali is the 8, and you don't play the number 6.
So you're then very definitely going with just 2 in midfield to their 4 of Casemiro, Dalot, Ugarte, and Dorgu.
Technically, centre midfield, they've only got 2. So you're going.
They'll have Cunha and Mount will play the box.
But remember, Voltemada will be a little bit further back. He's not going to. He will help you.
Will he?
Push him back
defensively.
Well, he was in the 22-yard line for a lot of the end of the Chelsea game, so I would think so.
If we're defending deep, he'll obviously be back. But during the main game, I don't think so.
But you've got then a chance of it. If you're
And also, we did see in Chelsea when Voldemort, he was in the box. And is Eddie now finally giving him instructions, do not drop back so far, stay in the box.
But I'm saying that with that formation, as I say, I've got nothing against this team. I think it's a good team, and as you say, we should win. But the only thing is, Gary asked the question of what I would like to have seen. I'd like to see them two play up front together at some point, and I think this potentially could have been the game to do that.
Elsa's are saying it's depressing here in Bogey Negative. Jail the twit. Sadly, with this setup, we can't jail anybody. Reaction. I'll stick him in jail for the reaction.
Cheers.
Woo. Cheers. It's all right. For some unknown reason, my computer's starting to reload itself. So if I disappear, boys and girls, that's the reasons why. So apologies. It should be okay. I think it's just having a bit of a run in the background.
We've again got the worries at the back, though. If any of these lads get an injury, we don't have a senior proper defender on the bench as such, do we?
No.
Well, that's it can help injuries, as you know.
No, but that's what I'm not saying that it's anybody that's a fault of anything. I'm just saying that is a worry for this game. That if we get an injury at the back, we don't have any sort of backup on the bench as such.
No.
Well, there'll never be a better chance, will there? For I mean, when you think about it, Mailey's there, which Mailey is not. I don't care what anybody says for me. He's not I do not want to see Mailey confined to right back. But so he's not even a proper defender. He's midfield, which is great because we can play kind of three at the back. But then you're losing Hall going forward. I just think we're going to be too strong for them.
Well, we should be too strong. That's what I'm saying. I mean, there should be no doubting what we can do with the ball. I think there's more of a chance. Like I say, we're at their place, and like I say, I think there's going to be an opportunity during this game to push them right back and try and quieten the crowd a little bit at Old Trafford. I think that's the bigger thing for me. Given the opportunities that we've got, and again, this is what I said. You look at our bench, and you talk about Harvey Barnes. We've noticed in the past, Harvey Barnes it can change a game. He can create. He can score goals coming in off the bench. A lot more it seems to be than Anthony Gordon coming in off the bench. And I think that, like I said before, you've got to start weighing the pros and cons up of what you're bringing in from the bench at the time, and are they going to change the way the game is
I want
going?
to see us like we've been in a lot of away games, first 10 minutes, front foot, at their throats, and without any doubt in my mind, Gordon is better at doing that than Barnes is. And that's where we want to be.
Can I ask you a quick question? If we are 4-1 up, say it's the 85th minute, or 80th, 85th minute, or the 4-1 up that you think will be, would you then look to bring some of the youngsters on and give them a bit of a 5 minutes just in the first team? So put these youngsters on the bench. Would you then look to give them a debut or a little bit of time on the pitch?
Yeah, because I would.
There's
I would
no
look,
reasons why you can't.
I would look then to sort of maybe shove Shahar in the back and bring Mailey further forward.
Yeah.
I mean, there's opportunity. That's what I'm saying. I mean, there's opportunities to, you talk about the amount of time we've got to the Burnley game then. We've got another 5 days. They've only got 3-day recovery when they play. So, again, we're talking about changes now when realistically what we should be looking at is really taking this team to task and trying to get what we can from it. And that's the more of the thing for me. The one thing I was going to question you, though, I mean, we've had lots of issues over refereeing situations over the last couple of games, haven't we?
I know what's coming here.
The questionable thing is Anthony Taylor. Obviously, we've got Anthony Taylor in the middle, who only lives 6 miles away from Manchester.
From Old Trafford.
It does make you wonder, doesn't it? If any decisions go against us today, do you reckon there's going to be a bit of a point, a finger at some point? Assistant referee Gary Beswick, Mark Perry, fourth official Sam Barrett, VAR Stuart Atwell, and Craig Taylor as his assistant. So again, a couple of names there that I hate pronouncing because, like I say, this guy can either make or break this game for me. It's like I say, I just hope it's an even game. Like you said, Win, at Old Trafford, there's no gimmies, is there? It doesn't matter what team you're facing. It seems as if the crowd, unfortunately, do have a way of pulling out some strange decisions from referees.
Well, I wouldn't have actually been particularly annoyed if J7 had played today, if we'd played our big three in midfield, you might say. But he's I think he's obviously still not fit, because I think this game's tailor-made for J7 against Casemiro. How bad is he? Because there's talk now, of course, about him going to Saudi in January. And again, I'll be perfectly honest. If we could get any sort of decent money, and they're talking about paying enough to pay for two quality signings, I don't know how much they think that is. When you look at that rumour that came through a couple of days ago, or whenever it was, saying that they were interested in a 19-year-old centre back with 8 league games under his belt and paying £20 million for him. So I don't know where all this cheap foreign talent's coming from. But I think J7 must be. I think if J7 had been fit, he would have been playing today, fully fit.
I think to get back to the actual question, Gary, on the referee, let's hope we don't mention him tonight. Let's hope he doesn't get a single mention off. We'll just get through a game where the football does the talking, not some little geezer with a referee with a whistle who wants to be the limelight.
The limelight, yeah. Well, that's the thing, isn't it? That's what I said. Sometimes the crowd can have a bit of a negative effect on you. Interesting couple of points, I suppose, we need to cover. We have got the Grinch here coming up on the screen in a black and white shirt. Newcastle's record isn't very good on Boxing Day. We are the worst team for results in the Premier League when it comes to Boxing Day results, playing against the team that wins most on Boxing Day. Do you think there's anything in that? Do you think the records are going to be broken today?
I've always been an advocate that particular records, if records have been around for, decades, it's unlikely that today is going to suddenly smash those records. But, it all depends on who the games were, and I can't remember off the top of my head. Funny enough, I can remember beating Leicester 3-0, was it, in 22-23? My favourite season.
Records are where they belong, a bit like tapes in the past. The game that's coming forward is the future. We can change it, and we're going to win the night.
The past is history, the future's a mystery.
Yep.
And right now is a gift. That's why they call it the present.
Exactly.
Newcastle at the minute have lost 47 Boxing Day games. Manchester United, like I say, out there on top, winning 54 of their games. So, like I say, something's got to give. Something's got to give, and it must give, I suppose. So fingers crossed it's towards us. There's a cracking photo here that the days have gone by, and let's throw this one on. Chrissy Waddle here and McGrath with the orange ball. Like I say, we don't see many days like this anymore, do we? Where the snow's on the ground. I love that one. I say, yeah, I used to love Chrissy Waddle, to be fair. Never looked like he was doing much, did he, Chrissy Waddle? But then all of a sudden, drop a shoulder, boom.
Did he play for Sunderland towards the end of his career, Chrissy Waddle?
He did.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, I thought he did.
He was one of those that decided to go to the dark
The
side.
dark side. Like everybody else. Come to the dark side.
Well, to the odd few, I wouldn't say everybody else. Let's have a quick rundown of today's game then. I suppose we can have a look at something that's going on. The festive fixture sees them head at Old Trafford, 8 p.m. kickoff this evening. Following a 2-0 win there December 24, Eddie Howe side are looking to record back-to-back away victories against Manchester United for the first time since 1935. It seems a while ago. Howe takes charge of the Magpies for the 200th time in all competitions and had to say ahead of his landmark, "My glass is very much half full. I know everyone else might think differently, but I feel we are improving. We have been moving in the right direction, but we have got lots of work still to do to be the team that we ultimately want to be, and that's consistently winning." That's what's eluded us this season, the ability to put winning runs together, which is defining thing we need to do. So there you go.
That's the sort of history that worries me. We've never won back-to-back league games against Man United since 1935. That's the sort of stat that worries me when you see these great big long records.
We've never won back-to-back away games since 2024. It's a big worry to me.
Yeah.
What, last year?
Crazy.
I've got some crazy match facts if you want. Man United have lost 4 of the last 5 league games against Newcastle. As many as they had in their previous 38. With the Magpies 25-9. Newcastle did the league double over Man United last season, including a 2-0 win in this exact fixture. But as you've just rightly said, they've never won consecutive visits since March 35. And that they won 3 in a row then, so hopefully that augurs well for the future.
Yeah.
Man United have won all their Premier League Boxing Day games against Newcastle, with all 3 coming under different managers, Ferguson, Van Gaal and Solskjaer. It's the first Boxing Day in Premier League history where only 1 game is being played. And isn't it crazy that the 1 game being played on a day when there's no public transport is the game between the 2 furthest distance travelling sets of fans? What an absolute disgrace that is.
Yeah. Can we call the Premier League out on that, because that is an absolute disgrace, and also congratulate every fan that's went to this game. Travelling down there on a Boxing Day, having to get there for 8 o'clock at night is absolutely ridiculous. So well done to the Newcastle fans would be the first thing I would say, but shame on the Premier League for putting there, and on the, you've got to give Sky Sports part of it as well. Sorry, the TV company part of it as well. They've wanted the game changed to this time, and it just absolutely screws the fans over. It's a disgusting decision to put this game on at this time on a Boxing Day.
My long-term records that I like is that Man United have lost 14 Premier League games for the 3rd consecutive calendar year. But they've never suffered more league defeats in a year. Get this, since 1989, under who? Sir Alex Ferguson. And then he suddenly came good, did he not?
But you forget Ferguson had the first 3-4 years where He was in trouble towards the end of it, wasn't he? There was talk of him going.
Absolutely.
Well, he was nearly getting the sack, mate. He was literally had 2 games.
He was what? He was. If they hadn't, if the kid hadn't got that late equaliser against, or was it the winner actually won at Crystal Palace? He would have been gone.
But could you imagine?
What a mistake that would have been.
But could you imagine they had got an elite manager in?
Exactly. What would that's exactly the point, Bogey. What would an elite manager have done that Sir Alex hasn't done?
I think Sir Alex was a one-off. I don't think even Eddie Howe would put himself into Sir Alex's bracket yet.
Not yet.
Right then, let's have a listen to what Eddie Howe's got to say. This is Eddie Howe at Sky Sports, just coming back to us with some info. So let's just listen to that, and you can carry on with your report, mate.
There's no getting away from that fact. We need to do better. There's only one way to respond, though, and that's by trying to win as many games as we can. This is a tough assignment for us today, but one I think we can rise to. Certainly a big challenge.
You use the words tough assignment, but you do seem to have the upper hand on Manchester United at the moment.
Yeah, I think we've did okay against them last year, but I think Manchester United are improved this year. I think they've grown and improved as a team. I think we've done the same in recent weeks. I think our recent form by the Sunderland games has been pretty good. So we feel we're in a decent moment without winning the number of games that we need to climb the table. So that's why games like this are so important for us, because we're playing against a team in and around us. So it would mean a lot for us to try and get the 3 points today.
And is it the game management that you've been focusing on as well in the build-up to this? The fact that you've been in winning positions in matches, but you've dropped those points ultimately by the end of them?
Yeah, it's been a disappointment for us this year because we've been in some really good positions in games. I think that the overall feel is pretty positive because I think we have performed well. I think we're a strong team, but we've got to do certain things to swing more of those good performances into wins for us. And if we could have done that, we'd have been in a lot stronger position. But we can't change the past. We can only affect the future, and that's what we have to do.
There you go. That's all we can do. You can't affect the past. You can only start with the future. Go on then, mate. What was you saying from that? With your stats, anything else that you wanted to bring up?
Oh, yeah, I've got a few
historical stats.
Yeah. Nick Baltimore scored 7 Premier League goals this season, the only German player to net more often in their debut campaign, so he's in good company, is Klinsmann, Podolski and Schürrle.
Can't fault that.
Newcastle manager Eddie Howe has won 7 of his 13 Boxing Day League games as a manager. He won all 5 outside the top flight at Bournemouth and Burnley, so only has a 25% win ratio in the Premier League. Man United have failed to win any of their 7 Premier League games since 2023. This is a Bruno coincidence. When Bruno Fernandes is not playing, they can't win. Bit like us with Bruno Guimaraes, isn't it?
Yeah.
Losing 6 of those 7 games. But also like our Bruno, proper Bruno, best ability,
his availability,
and Fernandes is always available.
Yeah, I think he's got some record, hasn't he? Because he's only missed, was it 4 games in his entirety, and that was 2 for United and 2 for Portugal. That's crazy, isn't it, when you think about it? Because he's in, you know, he's in.
He's in the thick of it all the time.
All the time, yeah. And he gets challenged, you know, regularly with that ball because of the way he plays. So he's under direct bombardment all the time. And like I say, to only ever miss 4 games, he's some credit.
Yeah. Absolute credit to him. Yeah, must be in the name, Bruno.
It must be.
Just had a message from Chris, the American Mag, there saying he's watching the match in Nashville with the Music City Mags.
Hey!
And he's having a Guinness, so enjoy your Guinness. Say hello to Rob and John.
Guinness Shandy, I bet you it is.
Probably I. or if it's a full on Guinness, he'll be done by the end of the night. God, you cannot drink soapy water, never mind beer.
Gary, what's your feelings on the score of the night? What do you think it's going to be? I know you've said 2-0, but what do you think we're going to boss the game or?
I seriously, like I say, again, it's about attitude, and I think you're going to get, for me, I think you'll get a bounce from the Chelsea game. I think there was a lot of players that had the same feeling as us, frustration, and unfortunately, the players do feel it as well. There was a beautiful, we often forget that this is a special time for family and friends and everything else, and these guys obviously are treated totally different when it comes to this time of year, because they have to watch what they drink, they have to watch what they eat, and there was a cracking interview with Saunders. Did you guys see that, talking about Kluivert? No? I'll put it on in a minute before the match comes on. Absolutely hilarious. So I'll share that with you. When you talk about drink and stuff like that, because gone are the days where obviously they used to allow the lads to drink as much as they like to a degree before the matches. There was a lovely thing over in
I just want to do this, Gary, because we're one short on the prediction league, which is Ronnie Turnbull, who is watching it there. Thank you, Queenie. Merry Christmas. But Ronnie's put 3-1. Now, does that mean all he's put is 3-1? Does that mean 3-1?
That's to United.
To which United, exactly. 3-1 to the home team or 3-1 to the Toon? Ronnie, can you clarify, please?
Well done, Ronnie. There was a lovely thing in Ajax, and we talk about like players. There was a young lad on the Ajax team, and literally all the lads. He's literally
the
just
Toon,
lost
he
his,
says.
to the girl. He's lost his girlfriend who was 19 years old. So she was in a hit and run, I believe, and he was absolutely broken-hearted. I mean, to the point where he could hardly lift his head. And all the lads, before their game, surrounded the pitch, the centre circle, and they got her name on the back of the shirts. And you can understand, literally how that in itself would affect the team as a whole, because they're trying to support him as an individual. And that's why I said sometimes we forget that these guys are all human, And like I say, it was interesting to see the interview with Voltemada, Gola Messi, if you like. He had first interview with Sky at Boxing Day game, because he said, what's your thoughts about the Boxing Day games? And he says, when I was in Germany, I used to love them. We used to love watching them, because obviously the Germany side don't play any games over this period. So he used to sit down with the family and watch all the Premier League stuff. And he says how different it is now to be involved. So all his family have come across to obviously have some time with him. So like I say, I'm glad they've come across to be with him. But yeah, there was let me see if I can find it for you guys, because it was a great little ditty that was done by Dean Saunders, and it was when it was him and who signed him? Oh crikey, it's gone out of my head. You know me with my blooming brain stem.
Dean Saunders, who signed
Dean
him
Saunders.
for?
Dean Saunders. Yeah, I'm trying to think who was the manager at the time with Dean Saunders. That he used to be the assistant manager.
Of who? Liverpool or?
No, of Newcastle.
Name Souness. It wasn't Souness.
Souness. It was Graham Souness. Yeah, sorry, mate. Yeah, my brain had just had a bit of a time.
Well, I've just had a bit of a. Dean Saunders played for us.
No, he was
the assistant manager.
Oh, right, assistant. I was going to say Dean Saunders never played for us. I wish he had.
No. Never played for us. But he was saying to the boys, he comes out with some absolute classics, Dean, in the background, and he is saying how he looked at this particular point where they'd signed him, because he was just literally they'd signed him on behalf of we'd lost Shearer, and he was filling Shearer's boots, Kluivert's, and the story was going a little bit down that line of can you fill Shearer's boots, blah blah blah. because they didn't know whether it was a good signing or a bad signing. So this is the interview. Like I say, it's brief, but it's funny.
Tell me that's not Patrick Kluivert's flat. I went, it is. Oh my God, what have we done? I coached Patrick Kluivert. He was on loan from Barcelona. Alan Shearer was retiring. So Graham said to me, wouldn't it be great if we got Patrick Kluivert as our new centre forward? Go and get him in. He comes in the room, Patrick, and Graham says to him, can we hang our hat on you to take over from Alan Shearer? He said, look us in the eye, shake hands and say, you can hang your hat on me. I will be the new Alan Shearer. He went, yeah, you can rely on me. He said, well, you got to look, you got to knuckle down. You got to put everything into it because it's a big shirt to carry. He went, yeah, I will, no problem. He walks out the room and Graham went, oh, what a result that. It's hard to replace Alan Shearer, but that's as close as we can get. We've got Patrick Kluivert. If we can get him fit now, he said, you get him fit, and then we'll get him on the pitch, and the crowd will love him. So he goes, right. He goes, come on, let's go and have let's go and have a cup of coffee and a bit of cake. Graham's driving, sorry. And I went, go left here, down this road. I said, Patrick Kluivert lives here, by the way. He goes, does he? I went, yeah. I went, slow down, not this one, the next one. And as we stopped outside, I'm not exaggerating, there must have been 200 bottles of champagne outside Patrick's flat, outside his front door. He went, tell me that's not Patrick Kluivert's flat. I went, it is. He goes, oh my God, what have we done?
Oh, back in the days. When footballers used to be able to
Bobby Robson not seen Patrick Kluivert.
Well, that's what I thought, because I honestly did think it was Robson that signed him, but obviously not. It was Souness.
But I thought it was Robson signed Patrick Kluivert.
Yeah, well, according to that, now it was Souness, because that's what I thought. When you first see something, I'm like, I thought Robson had signed him in his last season.
I would probably have staked 100 quid on Robson signing Kluivert.
Well, you'd have lost it, mate. Same as me. You'd have lost it.
I think I'm picking up your memory, mate.
Oh, mate, don't. Honestly, don't. It's an absolute nightmare. Over Christmas.
Patrick Kluivert was signed for Newcastle United by Sir Bobby Robson in the summer of 2004.
There you go. We were right. Yeah.
Pre-transfer from Barcelona. One of the final signings of the Sir Bobby Robson era.
He mustn't have been talking about signing him. He must just.
Although Graham Souness later managed him, Robson was the manager who actually signed him.
There you go. So we were both right, because I thought exactly that, mate. I thought it was Bobby Robson that's like, you sit here and you watch these interviews and you're like, God blimey, my brain is getting worse. But we were both right. But we got 6 minutes before the match, ladies and gents. So
just showing the Christmas puddings in the Toon end.
Well,
these guys all dressed as Christmas puddings.
Excellent. Like I say, try and keep it. Robson did say he was finished, and he wasn't wrong. Says V for Vendetta. Yeah. Why did he sign him then? You know what I mean? It does make you wonder, doesn't it? Why these guys were just literally. Did he sign him for a reason? Did he know he was going?
It's one of the same big names, wasn't it?
Well, I think back then it was always.
It was a free transfer.
Is asking a question. Have you seen Ben's new change of prediction?
Yes, I've got it.
He's got it.
I've given him the thumbs up in the.
Yeah, so I went with 2-0, as you were saying before, Bokes. I went with 2-0 before I saw the lineup. And really, I mean, you could see United have the other United, I should say, have had a problem. Literally getting 11 players on the park. I've just had some good stats here from Connor. Man United have the smallest centre-back trio partnership this season. That's probably why Howe picked Voltemade. There you go. That's an interesting stat.
Before even started, but I went for 2-2. But I think what we need to do with Prediction League is turn it into first half, second half.
2-0 first half, 2-2 second half.
2 second half.
Oh, bless you. Yeah, that's classic. Even though it was a game of two halves when it comes to scores, I still think there was an opportunity for Newcastle to actually nail that door shut, if I'm honest with you. Even if they'd have scored 2, we should have at least scored 4. and I think it was a get out of jail card for Chelsea to actually play. So that's an interesting one. And apparently Matt Targett's been injured today and could be out for at least a month. So that could scupper any recall opportunities anyway.
I don't think he would have been back anyway, to be fair.
No, I don't either, mate, to be fair.
Souness has just drove past Wynn's house as well, seemingly, and seen 200 bottles of empty champagne outside of there from Christmas.
I tell you what he hasn't
Newcastle
seen.
Brune.
I'll tell you what he hasn't seen. Any Newcastle Brune. Couldn't get any wood, can you believe? So I just hope we do not need the rescue dog today.
I had to have a can.
Well, I've got some.
I had to have a can of Newcastle Brune the other day. You couldn't get bottles anyway.
But I don't like cans.
No, I don't.
No, normally. I didn't like cans.
Just like bottles.
I tell you what was interesting is the Sky Sports story of Alan Shearer. Because when they was talking about Hall throwing that 15 million quid, because obviously they wanted it all up front, didn't they? They wanted it as a lump sum. And they said they instead went for two halves, like 7.5 million up front, and then 7.5 million with interest. But what I didn't realise was the way that Newcastle Brune at the time, that was our sponsors, threw up front their next year's sponsor money to help purchase Alan Shearer. That was an amazing thing. To be fair, they were great supporters of the club.
That was a lot of money then.
It was.
Over that with the Owen signing, he said that the Owen signing would be paid for with the sponsorship for the shirts from Northern Rock for the next 3 or 4 seasons. So there wasn't any actual money coming in from sponsorship. It was all going on to the signing of Owen, because they made the deal that basically the Real Madrid got the money that we'd got from the sponsorship deal.
All right, I didn't realise.
According
according to Lee Ryder, talking about J7, J7 still has groin soreness and only be used again if or indeed there's an emergency to be used. That's what Lee Ryder is saying. So he's still suffering from some groin soreness. So there you go.
I don't like this only using emergency situations. It doesn't seem right. It seems like you should get someone fit or not fit on the bench.
Needs must.
Needs indeed. Must.
That's the other side.
We are literally just waiting for kickoff, ladies and gents. And I can Chris, bless him, has sent us a pic from his bar over in Nashville there, watching us on the screen. And he's got the match. And you may as well have guessed who's on the picture when he clicks the camera. Voltemada. He's there warming up in all his colours. So there you go. So let's we'll throw that on at half time. So let's go through the teams again for Man U. Lemans in goal. Luke Shaw, Heaven. They may need to ask the question at half time if it goes the wrong way. Martinez, Dalot, Dogu, Casemiro, Ugarte, Mount, Cunha, and Sesko up top. And for Newcastle, Ramsdale remains in goal. Lewis Hall, Shaw, Chow, Miley at right back. In the midfield, Guimaraes, Tonali, and Ramsey. And up top, we've got Anthony Gordon, Voltemada, Gola Messi, and Jacob Murphy on that right-hand side. So looking forward to this one and all. Like I say, keep it to yourselves if you can. The teams are out on the field, ready to kick off. And here we are at NUFC Talk, bringing you kick-by-kick commentary. So like I say, keep it nice in the chat.
Looks like war kickoff.
War kickoff, indeed. Going left to right by the looks of it at the Theatre of Dreams, or the Shower of Wetness, depending on where you stood on a wet day. Oh, it's right to left we're kicking by the looks of it at Old Trafford.
Oh, this is going to
all the way back to Ramsey, going long. Diagonal again, looking for Voltemada on that corner. It's headed back again. United and Mount trying to win that ball. A second ball with Ramsey under a challenge, and straight away, Mr. Tyler Blitz, that whistle to the mouth, and he's blowed up for a Ramsey foul in the first 20 seconds.
Nice to see Ramsey putting a foot in, no?
Yeah, absolutely. Heaven goes across to Shaw on that right-hand side. Again, it's Martinez out there. Brings the ball forward. trying to get Cunha involved straight away. He's dropped a little further deep.
There we are, we're pushing them.
Dallow on that left-hand side. Yeah, we're certainly pressing them back, all the way back to their keeper, Lemons, who's gone long towards the halfway line. And again, well watched by Hall, who gets the second touch, but it's away from his body.
Well done, oh,
Great
referee!
Control there. Come on, ref, I'm going to say. There's got to be a foul going on there. Lewis Hall done really well, to be fair. Quick
excellent
free kick taken there by Newcastle United. And again, given away, though, to Manchester United pretty quickly, who literally just keep hold of the ball, going left to right into Dallow on his right-hand side. Again, Newcastle win the ball up to Voltamada now, back to Anthony Gordon, and it's just a little bit behind him. Come on, boys, we've got to win that second ball. Mason Mount now with a bit of grass to run into. It's 4-on-3 at the minute. Mount looks to go on the outside. With Dorgu now, comes back onto his left foot. Again, just takes his time and plays the ball all the way up to Dallow. It's certainly a bit of a different system at the minute with Manchester United. It certainly doesn't look as we first planned with this Christmas tree. Heaven now with the ball on the halfway line into Ugarte. Cunha touching on that touch line now, and again Newcastle just have to be aware of what's going on, follow the ball. Headed clear this time by Murphy, as you see Luke Shaw trying to get in behind Miley, and it's out for the first corner to Manchester United, just off the toe of Lewis Miley there. A little bit scrappy at times, boys, when it comes to spinning that second ball. It looks as though it's bouncing away.
Well, we got the second ball. It was the third ball we didn't get.
Or the fourth, or the fifth. Mason Mount with a corner into England again. Seems to be typical. A lot of teams doing now, putting it under the goalpost for the keepers to get a bit of pressure on there, and it's off the head of Casemiro, but there's far too much noggin on that, and it's in the Stretford end.
But it was, I tell you what, the way Casemiro ran in there unchallenged.
Yeah, he's lost his marker.
Completely lost his marker.
Our lads have to be careful there, because if that goes in the middle of the goal, there was two of them clinging on to the Man United players. And we've seen us get a penalty for that this season.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Ball there with Miley out that right-hand side again. Got a bit of grass to run into on that right-hand side, Miley. Got Murphy in front of him, Bruno inside. Bruno gets the ball now, down the channel to Tonali, back to Bruno. Bruno sees an opportunity to get Shaw involved. Again, a quick ball to try and get Voltamada from Shaw. He's picked off by Manchester United, who get the ball back now. And again, Cunha just taking the steam out of the game. Casemiro plays the ball back to Heaven. There's Martinez now. Looks like United are playing more of a four at the back at the minute. Again, ball into the channel for Šeško to run onto, followed by Chow. Šeško's held up there, plays the ball back again for Dallow. Halfway line now with Martinez. Heaven plays the ball forward to Dorgu. There's give and go there, and again, referee has allowed that to go because Dorgu literally just trips over the feet of Hall. There was no challenge there. Miley into Murphy's feet. Again, he got Tonali just in front of him if he wanted to go forward, but decides to play safe and go back. Ramsdale plays it out to Shaw on the edge of the box now with Newcastle. Now press from the other United with Fabian Shaw now just bringing it forward towards the halfway line. Again, nothing really showing for him in front, and there's a high line from Manchester United, which nobody's willing to break the line. So United go back, and it's with Miley at the moment, out on that right-hand side. Up the line now to Murphy, inside to Voltamada. Then there's a little bit of a give and go with Bruno and Tonali to try and get Tonali, and Martinez challenging for the ball here. But he gets his body in front of Tonali and literally jockeys that ball out for a goal kick. He's a small defender, Martinez, but he's certainly a strong player.
It's massively noticeable, Gary, how much Man United don't push when we've got the ball in one half. we do push when they've got the ball in their half.
Yeah,
They're constantly under pressure, and basically the back, we're under no pressure.
that's right. So they've got the like I say, a bit of a weird system at the moment with more of a 4-3-3, like I say. United down this right hand side, again going long up towards Sesko, plays it back towards Dorku. Dorku's got Hall under a bit of pressure there, and Ramsey, but he manages to get it back to Heaven. Square now to Martinez, who again just looking for options, gives it back to Heaven, who's on the edge of the box, draws the press in from Volta Messi. Again, tries to get it down the line to Dorgu, but Anthony Gordon does well on the first one and then just sees the ball out of play for a Newcastle throw-in. Halfway inside the Newcastle half on this left-hand side as you look at it with Lewis Hall. Hall now, again, being challenged by 2 or 3 players there with Mount. The referee has given the ball back to Newcastle.
I think it's just a throw, though. I don't think it was a foul.
I don't think it was a foul.
Eddie Howe calling somebody back. Calling to Lewis Hall, just having a word with him there with that throw-in. Probably putting himself under a bit of pressure there with receiving the ball back in that position. Ball up towards Volta Messi, but it's headed clear by Dallow. Miley now on that right-hand side.
Well done, sir.
Plays the ball out to Murphy on the halfway line. Murphy now plays the ball forward looking for Bruno. Bruno gets challenged though, and again, referee says that's a fair challenge. Tonali picks the loose ball up, plays it back to Miley. Miley's a little bit slow there, and Sesko's managed to pick his toe. Back with Martinez though. Again, it's the half press from Newcastle, just blocking Manchester United from actually getting out of their half in times. Tonali questioning there whether he should have had that decision.
Tonali seems to be playing a little bit further forward in this game so far.
I just think it's the system that Manchester United are playing. They're playing, like I say, quite square at times at the minute. And like I say, their midfield isn't working very well. And like I say, they're missing a couple of, I suppose, here we go.
Hello.
Ramsdale's down, holding his hamstring. Looks ominous. That's going to be an early change for Newcastle.
Big Nick on the sidelines.
Why hasn't he got 2 keepers on the bench?
I'd rather see Nick than Ruddy there warming up, if I'm honest with you. If there's a way, is the way not to worry about a game, it's this one. Oh, we can see
he doesn't look
good. Of discomfort, yeah. He looks in a bit of discomfort there when it comes to that hamstring.
Do you know what? You can't mess about with keeper injuries. If he's injured, get him off now.
Well, you're right. I mean, because at the end of the day, if that ball comes to his left-hand side where it looks like the hamstring injury is, the last thing you want is for him to be under pressure to kick that ball.
100%. The last thing you want is to make him any worse as well, really.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like there's going to be a drop.
Presumably there'll be a convo now between Eddie and that physio that's just been on.
Well, you hope so. Yeah, he's carrying on now, Ramsdale, at the minute. He's trying to stretch it out.
Good stretch there.
Yeah, he's obviously felt a little twinge there, so let's fingers crossed. It literally is just a little bit of a feel of the back of the hamstring. Sure, then with a throw to the halfway line, headed forward by Cunha. Tonali picks that ball up though and plays it back to Che, who goes all the way back to Ramsdale.
He's kind of loved him for that, isn't he?
Yeah, Ramsdale takes it easy, gives it to Shaw, who again,
shit, man!
Picked up by Cunha. Ball comes square to Manchester United again. It's tackled on the halfway line. Shaw fires it into the box. It's cleared. Volta Messi is trying to clear the lines, but again, it comes back to heaven for Manchester United. United pick the ball up again given away back to Newcastle. Anthony Gordon now with the opportunity to try and run with Casemiro and Dorgu on his close presence, but Lewis Hall drops his shoulder again, going back towards Mount.
Lewis.
United. Man United out to Dorgu now. Dorgu on this right-hand side. Opportunity to cross the ball into the box. It's on the penalty area. There's a turn from Sesko, but it's well wide over the target. Again, it's criminal the way they've given that ball back there. Turned into trouble. Lewis Hall. Dorgu with the ball right across the floor, comes all the way to the penalty spot with Cesco, who's able to get that 180-degree turn.
Why did he not turn the other way? I'm pleased he didn't.
Only he can tell you that. 2 goals, 1 assist, and 13 appearances for Cesco this year.
Right, now go.
Gets into trouble. Gives it to Tonali in the middle. Tonali gives it to Baltimore, who was lucky with that one because it's straight back from Dorgu out to Gordon. Back up the line now to Baltimore. Deflection goes out for a corner to Newcastle.
Well,
off Dorgu.
More good luck than good management, that, to be fair. But
yeah,
corner
we'll
it is.
Yeah, we'll take it.
Yeah.
Looks. Who's going to take this? Miley. Miley has been taking them, or Tonali?
Hall and Murphy.
Tonali.
Hall and Murphy having a discussion there. This is obviously coming off the training pitch.
Yeah. Tonali puts his hand in the air, ready to take this ball. Pulls it to the near post. It's a flick on. Oh, I thought there was a goal there. It was a bit of a scramble. It's kicked back out, though, to Murphy, who tries to head it back to Tonali. And he's given it straight to Manchester United with Cunha. But again, Newcastle tracking back with Tonali. Gets that ball back. Lewis Hall now in the centre circle. Goes past 2 or 3 players. Again, keeps hold of the ball. Great ball in behind there for Murphy. Murphy now on the edge of the 18-yard box. Pulls it onto his right foot. And again, it's deflected.
It's
over
deflected
for a corner. Yeah, well done. Great ball that is from in behind. It was a little flick on, and it was literally saved by the Lamans on the goal line there. Yeah, it was young Bruno with a little flick on there, the near post. Great corner again from Tonali in the danger zone. 13 minutes gone, ladies and gentlemen. Man United 0, Newcastle 0. Another corner to Newcastle, tuck and short this time. Ball comes out and it's floated in towards that back post. Again, it's come out to Lewis Miley, Tonali now. And this referee has seen something that nobody else has, which is typical. On Dorgu. Yeah. A little bit of a challenge from Shaw. Got a little bit of a bang in the side of his head. Can't touch these players anymore.
Do you think the head injury rule, what they should do is bring VAR into that as well, so players can't go down with a head injury?
Well, it's like
I just think that's fraught with.
No, not to do anything to them, but just for VAR to say, look, that wasn't a head injury sort of thing. You book them or something and the players get told if it's not a head injury, you'll get booked.
Yeah, but what constitutes a head injury? That's the thing.
If they get any sort of hit on the head, then obviously it's a head injury. If they don't get a hit on the head,
regardless of how minuscule it is.
I think any hit on the head, you have to let them off, don't you?
Yeah. Ball's back in play with Newcastle then. Miley. Up the line to Murphy. Back to Miley. Camped inside the Manchester United half now with Chow on the halfway line. Goes square to Shaw. Shaw now got lots of space in front of him to pick something out here. Shaw looks up, plays the ball into the box, and there's not many black and white shirts going for that. Ramsey now picks the ball up. Again on that right-hand side, he's got options. He comes back inside to Miley, gives it back to Ramsey.
That's it, one touch.
Back to Chow on the halfway line then, just inside the Manchester United half. Gordon, it's a half pass there with Anthony Gordon, but a ball over the top trying to get to Tonali in because it was mistimed pass from Anthony Gordon there. Rushed Newcastle in a bit, but again, it's just giving Manchester United the ball back, but they're deep in their own half, United, so keep that press on, Newcastle. Very sloppy, I must admit, in these first 15 minutes.
Yeah, there have been too many balls given away again.
I think from both sides, though, isn't it? That's just a messy game.
Yeah, it's very bitter. Like I say, it's not really got anybody's.
Man!
Murphy.
Well, listen, we've been going 15 minutes now, and Murphy, I thought he was good. I was about to be, before he was put through before, I was about to say he's not looking good again. And, he got the shot off. It was on target, deflected. We got the corner, so I can't decry him for that. But he's not having a good game so far for me, Murphy.
Like I say, there was no reason for that header. But anyway, we are back with United, who goes long towards Dorgo on this right-hand side. It's headed clear by Shaw up towards Lewis Hall. And there was a challenge from Casemiro on Lewis Hall. He gets the free kick.
I think if we're honest, that right-hand side hasn't been great from Bruno, Miley, or Baird Murphy. None of them have particularly had anything to do with the game so far, apart from obviously Bruno's header.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's like I say, it's been very bitty, if I'm honest with you. 69% at the minute to Newcastle's 31%. So they're certainly having a lot more of the ball than Newcastle. But like I say, not in any dangerous positions, to be fair. Deep free kick now, Tonali to take. Drives one into the angle of the box. It's contested up there by a black and white shirt. Again, Chow brings the ball back. He gets the toe poke on it, but again, it's deflected wide. And again, it's just hoofed clear by United to the halfway line. Lewis Hall will pick that up again. Plenty of time. No red shirts in the Newcastle half. Tonali now picking the ball up from Lewis Hall. Again, just looking at options. Goes on the right-hand side to Miley. Miley again just gives the ball simple down that right-hand side. Murphy now with an option to get it into the box. A little flick on from Ramsey, trying to get into Anthony Gordon. Oof. Again, cleared not far from Manchester United.
Come on, challenge, man.
Tonali now picks that ball up. Again, he's getting hassled there by Ugarte. And it's another free kick to Newcastle.
This is more dangerous.
It's definitely more central. And why isn't that given as a yellow card? Because, tugging on the
grabbed his arm with 2 hands.
Yeah. No card. Newcastle get on with it. Anthony Gordon into the box towards that back stick. Headed clear to the edge of the box. And again, it's United are able to pick this ball up with Ugarte. Murphy just keeps it in play. Newcastle now. Bruno plays the ball inside Ramsey. Outside now to Bruno. Bruno got an opportunity to get this ball back inside into Ramsey. Ramsey tries to get the ball square, but it's out for a corner kick off Casemiro to Newcastle again. A little bit more dominance here playing in the Manchester United half. That ball wasn't the best one from Ramsey to Bruno, to be fair, but he manages to get onto it. Then the deflection fell back to Ramsey, who tries to square the ball again, but Casemiro got his body in the way, and it's out for another corner.
Third corner in 7 minutes.
Yeah. You do have to question Voldemort at times for going to get to.
Lewis Hall with a ball under the bar, but again, no challenge from the black and white shirt there. It's headed clear by United. And then
you do have to question Voldemort at times for his position. He's never playing off the shoulder of the defender. He's always.
I just think Voldemort is weak when he's under he's under pressure for a header.
But he's never there for the sort of playing off the defender when he's always too far behind them completely.
Yeah. Cunha now picks the ball up on the halfway line for United. Plays the ball inside. Again, trying to get Dorgo. The ball might find its way to Mount here, but again, good jockeying back from Bruno. Picks the ball up, plays the ball out to the left-back position with Lewis Hall. Lewis Hall now plays the ball inside back to Bruno, who gets taken out there.
Well,
he was lucky there.
Very lucky.
Well, I think he does get caught on the back of his boot, to be fair. But like I say, he does go down pretty easy, Bruno. We know that. He sees Ugarte coming in. He gets caught on the side of the boot, but it's not to the point of, he's not swiping his feet from underneath him.
He's going to get caught with them one day, though. One of those.
Yeah, absolutely. We've said that.
Well, he does regularly.
Mm-hmm. Well, look at the cup final.
Sean gives the ball back to Ramsdale. Whatever problem Ramsdale has now, it's gone 20 minutes and there's been no reoccurrence of it. Not really seen much of the ball, to be fair. Bruno, again, being jockeyed there on the edge of the D, but gives the ball to Chow. Chow goes through the middle to Voltamade, out to Miley. Miley picks the ball up back inside to Bruno. Bruno goes on the diagonal looking for Anthony Gordon
Go on,
gets the
take
ball
him.
under control. Anthony Gordon now running down the line against Dallow. Picks the ball up again on the way back. Dallow again doing a jockey system on his right foot, then goes on his left foot. He's got Durgu, plays it inside to Hall. Hall driving towards that byline, gets the ball back, but this time it's headed clear by Casemiro again, who's marking that front post on the 6-yard box, and it's headed clear for yet another corner to Newcastle.
4 corners in 9 minutes, and the possession's gone 52-48 in Newcastle now.
Gordon hugging the wing as well. That's great to see.
Yeah.
Not cutting inside, but actually trying to take his man on.
Yeah, driving into that corner. That's what you want to see.
Yeah.
It just pushes Dorgu and Dallow further back, doesn't it? Into their own box. That's what you want. Tonali now with this short corner to the front post. Back from Ramsey to Tonali. Tonali looks up, plays the ball to the back stick. Oh, Shaw did well to try and keep that ball in.
He got it on target, to be fair.
But only to back into Laman's hands. And again, the ball gets distributed out to that left-hand side, looking for Dorgu. But it's again straight out of play from Lamans. Out for a throw into Newcastle on that right-hand side. Just inside the Manchester United half. It's thrown back now to Chow. Chow gives it square to Shaw. Shaw picks that ball up again. He's got no pressure from a red shirt.
30 yards in front of you, man.
Just taking his time, being patient, Shaw. Tonali just runs to the left side, plays the ball into Tonali's feet. Then Lewis Hall. Gordon now gives it inside to Ramsey. Ramsey sees the opportunity to give to Bruno. Bruno on the outside, but Murphy's offside. You can't be standing there, Murphy. You can see the line there. That's a poor play.
I must say, as we called out Alanga the other night, playing on the left hand, the right hand side, for where you've got to call Murphy out the night. He's been not great at all so far.
Not great at all.
Thanks,
Thank you
Random.
for that thing, Random.
That's gone to Malcolm Peacock, who's received that membership from Random. So welcome on board, Malcolm Peacock. Lamon's just hoofing the ball forward, but again, it's cleared by Miley. Again, another header by Miley on the halfway line. Tonali now drops the ball up to Walter into the Gordon. Gordon trying to get Ramsey on the move, but again, there's too many red shirts there to play a ball square. Ball over the top. Again, Chow just trying to get hold of this.
Yeah, poor.
Sesko now picks the ball up, plays the ball into Cunha. Cunha driving towards Chow. Chow and Cunha. Shot to the near post from Manchester United, which Ramsdale gets down to. And it's cleared. Got to be aware of that. Poor header in the first instance, if I'm honest, from Chow. But then Chow clears. Go on.
Down to Bert Murphy not breaking a gut to get back. If you watch, he was still halfway up the pitch.
Yeah. But that's what I said, in these transitions, when the ball's just hoofed, that's when we look the most vulnerable. Ball into the box, it's clear. Durgu with a shot, and it's a goal to United. Christ. Patrick Durgu on 24 minutes has just got United a goal. The Rung United, that is, down to Ramsdale's right hand, right into the corner, to be fair. And that's all come from literally us not dealing with that long ball forward, and giving Manchester United that opportunity just to get something going. It's a poor clearance from Chow to start with. It's not a poor clearance. He's just got to clear his lines, but we just don't deal with it. And on the volley, it was a great volley, to be fair, from Dorgu, from the long throw-in. Walter Mardy gets his head on it. He just headers it up in the air, and then literally from around about 16 yards out, Dorgu gets a shot on the volley. It comes through a bunch of players down to Ramsdale's right-hand side, and it beats him, and it nestles into the net. Manchester United 1, Newcastle 0. Good finish.
Lads, we need to learn from these free kicks and throw-ins, anything. We're putting too many men back. Ramsey should have.
By the way, Ramsdale had hard lines there.
No, he should have had that. He should have saved it. If he'd had a full hand out, he would have had it. But we need to learn from this.
I think he did well to get a finger on it, never mind a hand.
We keep putting all the men in the box on any set-piece situation. We've all said, have a couple of players up pitch.
Well, I totally agree with that.
don't give them the chance just to put every player in there. We've just got too many men trying to defend the ball.
But literally nobody does it. I don't know why. Don't ask me why.
I mean, there was no charge out to try to block.
Well, what was that?
That is incredible. I mean, there was a question mark of whether the keeper was being blocked there by Cunha because he was standing right in front of him in an offside position. But it's not being looked at, and to be fair, I thought it was going to be harsh anyway. Because, like I say, it was down to his right-hand side, and it was clear that side, But this is what I'm saying, For me, I just don't think we take enough shots at goal. For me, trying to do that perfect goal. Lewis Hall now plays the ball out to Anthony Gordon. Anthony Gordon down this left-hand side again, trying to drive towards that byline. He drops his shoulder, gets a touch on it, but that's going to
that's out.
Come on. I'm going to say Anthony Taylor there looks across to his linesman as if the linesman could see that. Dallow's body was in the way.
Lads, we do need to call Ian Ramsdale out on that one. It was him. That he should have saved that. That should have been a save for me.
Well, again, you're talking about that, extra 3 inches, aren't you? You look at Popey's stretch, if you like. And we've seen, even Popey have one go under his arms, ball into the near post again. Headed clear, and it's easy for Man United to pick that ball up on the edge of the box. They've got a break on here with 4 Manchester United players on 3 now. Ball out to that left-hand side to Cunha on the edge of the box. Cunha with a dink to the back stick. And again, Ramsey is able to get that ball clear, but it's only gone to Luke Shaw. Back with Dogu, who tries to chip the keeper. And Ramsdale gets high. And again, Dogu's causing a lot of trouble because he's coming from this right-hand side and he's running the diagonal and he's becoming that extra body. With Cunha on that left-hand side, and we're not able to pick up that ball. And at the minute, what's happening is it's stopping the likes of Tonali and Bruno getting forward, and then we are moving Ramsey back to try and block the run of Dogu. Nobody's really picking up. And again, this is that movement that Newcastle very rarely do, and that's just throw that extra body on one side or the other just to overload. And it's something that I keep saying that Langer needs to do more of. What was you saying, Win?
I was going to say that last move all came from them breaking, and they ended up one stage with 4 on 3, and if Sesko hadn't taken that ball wide, they would have had a much better chance. Oh, dear me, man.
Yeah. Bruno again just manages to get the ball to Miley, goes all the way back to Ramsdale, who goes long on that left foot. Again, it only comes up to the middle of the park, though, with Garty there, winning that battle in the middle of the field, out to Dogu, all the way back to Heaven. Martinez. Not really put the back line of Manchester United under any pressure at the minute, Newcastle. Layman's out to Dallow on this right side, the right back. Dallow again tries to drive a ball. It's deflected off Ramsey, but again, Tonali gives a ball straight back to Manchester United, trying to play the ball first time. Why don't you just control it there, for God's sake? On that right-hand side now with Shaw. Martinez, again, having to go back to Lamans. Lamans goes long to the middle, looking for Sesko. Ball's over the top of Chow. Ramsdale now gives it to Miley. Yeah, Manchester United have gone to a 4-2-3-1, basically, with Mount Central, Cunha on the left of the 3 and Dogu on the right of the 3. And like I say, that's just, for some unknown reason, it's upset United because they've obviously been training on a usual 3-4-3 system. And at the minute, we are all over the shop when it comes to trying to pick off this formation. So Amarin has changed in a minute.
Again, fancy Dan, man.
Quicker. Yeah. United on the halfway line. Again, lot of red shirts breaking to our 4. On that left-hand side, Luke Shaw drills a ball across to the middle towards Sesko. But again, it's cleared by Chow for another throw-in.
At this point, we've been here before where we've had players not playing well. Why isn't Eddie just thinking to himself, look, this isn't going right. Let's make a change and let's change this game. We're half an hour in. It isn't working. pull off Murphy's being rubbish, stick Ramsey on the right, and bring Wisser on and play 2 up front. Go for it, because these aren't great. We could take these.
Yeah, we're making them look worldies at the minute, mate. To be fair,
we are.
I mean, Dorgu. I mean, like I say, he's looking more and more like a player. The more I'm watching him, and like I say, he's been slated by a lot of Manchester United fans. Heavens drops the ball again into that middle of the park where Casemiro is picking that ball up. Martinez again just drops it back to Luke Shaw. Casemiro again picks the ball up in that back line. Out to Luke Shaw. Again, it seems Manchester United are happy to keep the ball. And now Cunha trying to take on Lewis Morley down that left-hand side.
Man.
Cunha now has got a bit of space to run into. Plays the ball. Again, it's deflected there. Off Bruno. Or Murphy, I don't know which one got the deflection then, but it is a corner kick to Manchester United. At the minute, we are ragged. Looking a little bit sloppy at the moment in certain places.
But what's getting done to change this? What tactical changes are we making in this game? None. We're playing exactly the same as we've done from the start. Pendulum
but again, you know,
pendulum football when we've got the ball at the back, then lose the ball as soon as it goes anywhere near forward.
Yeah, their goal come from again. You know, it's a poor header out, isn't it? It's central.
Yeah.
You just got to head the ball back the way it's come. You know what I mean? Even if it goes back to the crosser, just heading the ball back the way it's come. And that's what I said. You're trying to be perfectionists by clearing your lines. And when you're not getting much of that ball, just literally take it away from the danger zone. And that's literally is in between your sticks. If you head it back towards the 18-yard box in them areas, we've seen it time and time again at Newcastle. The problems you're creating is your own problems because it gives them a shot at goal if it goes to the opposition. And as you saw there, well taken goal by Dorgu. I've got to give him credit, hitting the ball on the volley. But again, sloppy pass when there was a simple ball. He's tried to do a percentage ball there, and we've given it straight back to Manchester United. Luke Shaw now, all the way back to Lamans. They got in goal on the edge of his box. Again, closed down by Anthony Gordon. Long ball up the top towards Tesco. Mount, Casemiro and Ugarte vying for this ball. Ball now out again to this right-hand side with Dorgu. Dorgu goes across, try and get that ball across Ramsdale, but Ramsdale gets his hands to it, and it's cleared by Shaw for another throw-in to Manchester United. Back on the halfway line with Heaven. Go on, mate.
Yeah, we're making a very average Man United team look world-class here.
We certainly are. Evan now plays a simple ball into Mount. Again, out to Dorgu. Dalot now on the outside of him. Plays the ball inside to Cunha. Back out to
Mount. Man.
Mount now plays the ball through the legs of Tonali. And again, looking for the runners on the diagonal. And Chow sees the danger again and clears his lines. Dalot with the throw-in on this right-hand side.
Another long throw.
Lots of movement at the moment in the 6-yard box anyway. Dalot with his throws it into the 6-yard box. Headed cleared again centrally. Gordon gets a flick on, but it's only come to Dorgu. Dalot now gets a block on that from Bruno, and it's literally Ramsdale who stops it from going out for a corner. Long throw forward there to try and beat Heaven, but Heaven gets the ball. Anthony Gordon on the gallop there. Dalot picks the ball up, gives it to Martinez on the halfway line for Manchester United. Manchester United now again just trying to control the pace of the game. It's slowing it right down. And no press from the Newcastle. We've gone deep again in this 5-4-1 formation at the minute. Ramsey's gone out to that right-hand side. Murphy's dropped into the 5 at the back. I don't know what the hell's going on here. Why have we gone so deep again? Again, it's easy just to get round the back of
two
Newcastle.
effective right backs now, and not one of them picking him up.
No. Cunha. Ugarte playing the ball out to Luke Shaw. Luke Shaw looks to go round the back, and he's played it inside now to Mount. Again, couple of passes now. Cunha with a shot, but it's wide of the target. It's looking very, very poor, lads, I must admit, from Newcastle. Like I say, we seem all over the shop. And again, we've gone back into this 5 at the back at times, with Murphy playing in that right back position. Miley comes inside and it's leaving loads of space just in front of them for Manchester United to play.
This is Eddie's chance to prove all of us negative as wrong and change this game. And he's not doing anything. The game's just getting away from him.
Ball to Murphy on that right hand side. He's got a ball into the box already. A ball reversed there with Ramsey. Out to Bruno. Back to Ramsey now on the corner of the box. Got a chance to give it to Miley. Miley now back inside to Bruno. Miley makes a run. Bruno stops because he may have been offside.
First time, man.
Come on, lads. You're not going to score.
We're going backwards at the minute, Newcastle. On the edge of the box 1 minute, on the halfway line the next. Malik Chow now brings the ball up to the line, and again, crowded out. Murphy just couldn't get that one under control. It's still a Newcastle throw, though. Back to Chow, who comes square on the halfway line to Shaw. Shaw now picks the ball up, brings it out to Louis Hall. Louis Hall, again, looking for movement in front of him. Gives it to Anthony Gordon, who goes back to Shaw. Brought Dallow out of position at the moment. Looks like Manchester United have gone man for man along that back line. Miley.
Fucking hell, man.
Ramsey just kicks it out. I mean, it's miles off anywhere near it needs to be. Ramsey there.
And even if it been on, even if it was going towards the player, it was far too hard.
Crazy. We are all over the shop, like I say, in midfield. A lot of the young uns for United, the Manchester United that is, now outside warming up.
Why, when we had the ball in that right corner for about 2 minutes, didn't we just stick a ball into the box, or try at least? We just sat there with the ball and then end up going back to defence.
Away, man, get your foot in.
Ball down this left-hand side. Luke Shaw now driving down that left-hand side to try and work Miley. Miley plays the ball up to Bruno. Bruno now gets the chance to, it's Murphy, gets a chance to turn and give it to Voltemada. Voltemada again being closed in by 2 red shirts. The ball's out for a Manchester United throw again there. No options for United.
Which one?
None of them.
Real United.
Yeah, there's only one United. Halfway line now with a throw to Luke Shaw. The Manchester United gives it all the way back to Heaven. Heaven's got options if he goes backwards to Lamans in goal on the edge of his 6-yard box. Ball out to Dallow on this right-hand side. Ball into the middle to Mount. Again up to Sesko. Oh, there's a chance here. Oh, well done. Miley, he sees the danger there. Ugarte gets a deflection and it was going to run directly into his path. Again, Ramsdale's able to clear it up towards Martinez with a free
Jesus
header.
Christ, man.
Back with Cunha now on the halfway line. Cunha sees the ball into Sesko. Little back heel, and Dorgu now's got the ball. Well done, Ramsey. Wins that ball back for Newcastle United. Tonali sees the opportunity to play the ball forward, but again, it's a
Murphy,
percentage ball. Newcastle are all over the place at the moment with these out balls. Casemiro. Heavens on the halfway line gives it back to Casemiro. Casemiro again.
Press.
Martinez now. Luke Shaw. Ugarte. Again, Manchester United just playing in squares. It's like a training system. Poor ball, and it's out for a Newcastle throw-in from Martinez there. Trying to be too clever. Ball back into play though. Ball square towards Louis Hall. On the left-hand side now again. Being picked off easily from Dallow and Dorgu, who win the ball back off Hall. Inside to Casemiro, now Ugarte. Plays the ball to Ramsey though. Ramsey in.
Man!
Gives the ball straight back to Manchester United, who were able to break again. But it's a great tackle from Anthony Gordon. Ball through into the middle. And again, Multimardi's just got no options. But again, Manchester United and Cunha give Newcastle the ball back. Drilled across the box. Oh! across the 6-yard box, and it evades everybody, and it's out for a Manchester United throw on the opposite side. Murphy there just trying to make something happen, driving that ball across the 6-yard box. But again, Walter Messi's got 4 red shirts around him and not a black and white shirt to help him. Ball breaks to Bruno, who gives it to Murphy, fires it across the box, and there's really nobody anywhere near that ball.
Eddie needs to do something here. These are not a good team. We are not playing a good team here, but we're making them look good. He needs to either change tactics or grow some balls and bring a new player on, get a different player on this pitch.
Bit of a milestone there for Murphy. I've just seen come up there, 200th appearance for the Toon.
Yeah, 200th appearance.
I think it's what he wanted to get.
Trouble is with Noah Langer, we've not got a natural right side unless you play somebody that doesn't like playing on the right hand side. That's a problem, isn't it?
Tough at this point, just get somebody different on.
Show goes all the way back to Ramsdale.
Just get Whistler on
Ramsdale.
Yeah, 100%. Agree
plays
with.
The ball onto that left-hand side with Murphy. Murphy plays the ball into Bruno, back to Murphy. Murphy goes back to Shaw. Shaw now, again with a little bit of grass to run into. Bruno.
That's better.
Moves into space and picks that ball back up. Hall goes on the outside. Gordon on the inside.
Right,
gives it now to Hall, but again, Dorgu's got the beating of... He's got his teeth up now, he has, Dorgu, having scored that goal. His head's in the clouds, mate. He's winning everything against Hall, Gordon, everything down this right-hand side. Dallow with a ball down the line, but it's deflected off Ramsey for a throw into Manchester United again, deep in the Manchester United half. Sounded like you were having a wee then. Ball gone down the line. Dorgu with a ball forward.
Sorry, I thought it was somebody that pulled me can into the glass.
Shaw picks the ball up again. No press from Manchester United. Goes square to Chow.
20 yards in front of you, man. Go into it.
Out to Miley on the right-hand side. Miley again looking for options. Murphy now again inside to Bruno. Bruno with a touch to try and get Miley in. But again, Miley goes to ground. And Cunha just sees that ball out for a goal kick to Manchester United.
These are just getting more and more confident. We feel the high-fiving at every challenge they do. They're doing what we do. High-fiving at every challenge.
Yeah.
Keeper should have had that, lads.
No.
Keeper should have had that.
Great shot, man.
No, it's a good shot, but the keeper should be saving that in my view.
That's motoring that. I'm not going to blame the keeper for that.
I'm blaming Ramsdale 100% for that one. He should have saved that.
Yeah, I mean, Dorgu's causing us no end of trouble down this right-hand side, to be fair. He's just running into holes and we're just not able to pick him off. Again, playing more to them than we are us keeping hold of the ball, and I think that gives them that... When they make these moves, you see, because we give the ball away so cheaply, they've got that spare body out of position.
Right, now go!
Marley down the right-hand side, looks up, and again tries to feed in Ramsey.
Again.
Oh, sorry, it was Murphy. Back to Chow on the halfway line. Brings the ball to Tonali. Back to Miley and to the right-hand side. Murphy now picks the ball up again. Being challenged by Luke Shaw. He's not got much change out of Luke Shaw this game, Murphy. Inside to Bruno. Bruno's got Shaw. Shaw now picks the ball up just inside the Manchester United half. But again, decides to keep hold of the ball. Goes into Tonali's feet.
That was forward.
Chow. Goes back to Shaw on the halfway line. Again, when Manchester United defend, they go into a 4-4-2 defensively. And like I say, at this present moment in time, we just can't break it down. Anthony Gordon up to Voltamardi, who's got the turn.
Oh, he's weak.
Again, not really picking up that ball. Tonali now picks the ball up. Under a heavy challenge there, Tonali stayed on the ground. The ball's come to Miley. Referee's pointing as if he's going to give something to Newcastle, but again, Tonali's still on the ground. Newcastle continue to play. Bruno. You've got options, Bruno. What are you going to do, son? Come on. Oh, Jesus.
Don't like the looks.
No. We're in the 46th minute. Still Manchester United 1, Newcastle 0. Don't look like scoring though, boys. That's the problem. Trying to get that perfect goal. And Casemiro there just taking it off. Ooh,
well, unless you get into the box, you're very rarely going to score, are you? And we don't seem to be willing to get into the box.
Yeah, he gets trud on the outside of the ankle there. Look, from Sesko to Tonali. Goes over the top of the ball and comes down on the outside of his ankle of Tonali. So it's very sore, that.
There's only 2 minutes of added time, Gary, but I think there'll be more with this.
Yeah, I agree, mate. But again, I mean, you're saying even when you look at the way they're playing, we are more aware of them runs playing on the diagonal, what's going on in front of us. So it's limiting our players getting anywhere near Voltemada. So when the ball's being pushed up to Voltemada, there's 2 or 3 bodies around him all of the time. So he's not holding on to it. He's got no off because there's nobody going past him. And on his second touch, he's just losing the ball. Because again, I think we are too fearful of pushing players closer to him from that midfield because of how poor we've been holding on to the ball. Because if we lose the ball there, they've got an out all the time with the system that they're playing at the moment.
Come on, lads, we're losing. Get the ball
Lewis
forward.
Again, Shaw looks up, plays the diagonal ball, looking for Murphy on that right-hand side. Shaw gets the head forward. It's only come to Chow, who gives the ball to Miley. Miley goes back to Ramsdale. Ramsdale again picks the ball up outside his box, gives it to Shaw. Into Lewis Hall's feet now. All gives it to Gordon. Again, being closely marked by Dallow. Gordon has to go into his own half. He's now got some space to run inside. Anthony Gordon still got the ball. Again, there's an option to go over the top there, but he decides to come back in to Bruno. Chow back inside to Anthony Gordon. Anthony Gordon now looking up. Again, looking for options. Tonali's on the left-hand side. Tonali now looking at Lewis Hall. Back to Tonali. Again, nobody really pushing into the box. They're all just camped. No movement from Newcastle.
Sloppy ball by Tonali.
Down the line now with Murphy. Bruno. Back to Murphy. Murphy with the ball into the box. It's coming all the way back to the back post. And again, it's cleared by Manchester United on the second bounce. No real commitment to get that ball.
And again, man. First time.
Gives it out to Hall. Hall comes inside. Gives it inside to Tonali. Tonali picks the ball up again. Newcastle just literally going backwards or square. Shaw now decides to come forward. Gives the ball into Hall's feet. Now Tonali's feet into the box. But it's cleared easily by Manchester United. And then literally Dallow just puts his laces through it and kicks the ball back into Newcastle's half. And it's back with Ramsdale. And it's half-time, ladies and gentlemen. And Old Trafford, Newcastle are losing 1-0 to Manchester United, who have moved up to 5th if the result stays the same at the moment. And he seems a happy chappy, Amrim, compared to our boys. So I'm going to leave you with some thoughts then, guys. What do you think of that first half?
Not good enough. Bottom line, we're just not putting them under. I mean, we went through a spell there. We had 5 corners in the space of 15 minutes, and they scored in between them all because they got the break that we seem incapable of doing when we are defending corners and set pieces.
Man United had a different ways of playing. You could see at times they played different styles of play. We lost a goal, but yet we just stuck to the same old. You know, there was no change in pattern of play. There was no change in style of play. There was no change in the way the players, you know, if this is happening, do something different. Even if you don't want to make a substitution before half time, swap Gordon and Murphy around for 10 minutes, you know, do something that's going to change, make them think more. And he didn't. He just did the same old. Hopefully we'll get better in the second half and we'll get the equaliser and a winner.
Well, that's going to be something new though, mate, isn't it? Because at the minute, if you think about history gone by, we haven't actually got a point from losing position at the minute this season. So something has to change for us to come out with a result tonight.
Yeah. And something has got to change, by the way.
Something did.
Right now, I'm looking at Barnes and Wissa both coming on for Murphy and Ramsey.
100%. And go 4-4-2 or 4-4-1-1.
4-2-4.
Yeah,
That's what I
go
would
for
do.
it.
Well, we've certainly got to do something to make it
what'll
go.
happen, if he's got the balls to do it, great, go for it. If he doesn't, and he does his 65th minute substitutions, then we'll have to call the guy out 100%. All we'll do. There's no beating around the bush at that.
It just seems as though at this present moment in time we are more worried of their setup than we are of our own. And again, we talk about inconsistency, you know, and again it's retention of the ball, isn't it?
2 seconds, lads.
We seem as though we are struggling to move our players forward because we know, or it feels as though every time we move forward, there's a chance of us losing it, and then they're on the break behind us. So they've gambled and they've changed it up a little bit. And like I say, it seems to be very much working anti-Newcastle at the moment because we didn't have a clue how to deal with Manchester United the first half there. And you're absolutely right. They are literally down to their bootlaces at this present moment in time when it comes to a team. Amram's had to change it up just to try and get something out of this game because of the amounts of players missing, and yet they look 100% better than we do.
LTEW9UW, why are we so negative away from home? Have a go. Indeed.
I haven't got an answer to that. That's the trouble. It seems, like I say, we are just working on their positive because they've made a difference. They've made a change, and we just aren't. You know, we've not made a change. We're playing the strongest team we can possibly have. If you think about it, looking at Chelsea's first half, that is the best performance we've all said this season. It's the same team that comes out, and by Christ, it looks a second half team, doesn't it? You know, switched off a little bit lax mentally. Wow, struggling isn't the word.
The doctor's in the chat. Come on, Eddie did not have enough time to train the boys. He needs 2 weeks between matches to train the lad.
Well, we've often been saying, hasn't he? He's had 5 days break, so these lads should be up for this game now with the amount of time they've had. This will feel like a fortnight for them, the amount of time they've had away from it. But again, it's been so sloppy when it comes to some of the game. Just having a look at some of the stats. For that first half, 43% to 56%. I'll say 44% because it literally is a point either way. To Newcastle, expected goals again. Newcastle 0.13. That is so poor. To Manchester United's 0.53. So again, nothing expected. 6 shots from them, 3 from us. 3 shots on target from them, 1 from us. No big chances. 5 corners from us to their 2. Accurate passing, 219 to us, 266. But again, the problem is we are putting them to the test. We just don't seem to be doing anything with the ball when we get into really good, positive positions. We don't seem to be wanting to throw the ball into the danger areas. Again, it looks like we're trying to get that perfect goal when there is no need. Just get the goal. Just get a goal, even if it's a deflected goal. It doesn't matter. Just get the goal. Wazza, thank you, mate. You want to do that one for me, buddy, if you can? Because I've got it on a different screen at the minute. You're muted, Boki.
Not negative, too tentative. Believe, man. Do not die. Do or die.
That's the one. Yeah, very tentative, mate. I totally agree with you.
Like
I say, we're too frightened of them rather than just playing our own game.
We are, but we also need to realise when we're not playing well and make changes. As I say, in-game management, make a change to either the way you're playing or with the actual personnel you've got on the pitch. We all said about Langer the other week. We've got to be honest and say it about Murphy in this game. He's been shocking. Ramsdale hasn't been much better, so hook a couple of players off, put a couple of new players on, and if he doesn't do it at half time this game, then I was going to say an old saying, but you can't say it now on this channel, but he wants shot with poop, because you know, it's crying out. Us three can all see what the issues are with that team, you know, and it needs something to change. And
how can that same team play as well as they did on whatever day it was? I lose track of the days now. Against Chelsea, and play as poorly as this against a team that are not in the same league as Chelsea.
We're seeing that these aren't as good as Chelsea, and they're not. It was a better game against Chelsea, but the results are the same.
But it's like I said, at home, because you're playing to the crowd, right?
Yeah.
And this is why I questioned you guys on Tuesday, when we had the show on Tuesday night, and I said to you, is this a must-not-lose game rather than must-win game? And the way they've played so tentative in that first half is what I meant. The mentality is wrong, because to them, it's a must-not-lose mentality, not must-win mentality, because they've been far too, as Wazza just said there, far too tentative. They've been far too worried about making a mistake, and that's what creates the mistake then, because you're overthinking things. Nothing stuck. They've not got anywhere near as close to Voltemada as we did against Chelsea. So, like I say, what is the problem? You know, the doc saying Dorgu there. I mean, you could see the issue. The system they've changed. Is it the fact that they've changed the system and Eddie Howe has trained them to play against this 3-4-3 system, and all of a sudden we've gone out there and gone, huh? What's going on here? Because now they've gone to this 4-2-3-1. What's going on? And we can't, maybe they've been given the wrong instructions. You know what I mean? And that's the problem, isn't it? When you see them trying in a system of a 3-4-3, and then all of a sudden the opposition comes out and throws you this curveball, which Amrin was saying he may have to do. He didn't say he was going to do.
The people who are the further side of me wear Eddie out. I mean, I'm quite conservative in regards to it. I'll say that that's what I want, but I won't take it to extremes. But the people who are further down the line where they want now have got... I mean, how do you argue?
No, the ammunition's there.
How the hell do you argue against this? No in-game management. You could now argue, because of the press conference he did before the game, that he thinks he's going to go. You know, as I say, I don't think that was the case of what he was saying. But I think if you're that far down the line that you just want rid of him, they're going to use that against him. And if he loses this game, how do you argue to keep him? How do you possibly argue to keep that lad in his job?
Like I said, it's very difficult. Random,
thank you,
I'll
Random.
let you have this one. Thank you, buddy.
I wish I could think of a single reason why the rest of the season should be any better than the first half. I just can't.
Hey, do you want to put it on the screen, mate? Because that wasn't on the screen. No. Because sometimes it goes up so quick we miss it when it's just in the chat. But thanks anyway, Random. Lovely sentiment anyway. And I totally agree with you, mate. That's what I said. I mean, I ain't, you know, I don't sit on the fence. I ain't either Eddie in or Eddie out. I want whoever's in to be successful. And if that means somebody else, then so be it. But like I said, it doesn't matter what my opinion is, whether he's in or out, because I don't pay his wages. Because if I did pay his wages, I don't think he'd be in. Put it that way.
I tell you one thing. I mean, I hope we turn this game around. Don't get us wrong here.
Well, I'll tell you something now. Against this side, you know what I mean? They have got nothing at all on the bench.
Yeah.
Nothing at all. They are down to their bare bones. They've got nobody that can change this game. Now, was the mentality? Now listen, right? Because I've just seen. I think it was. I don't know. Somebody's just come in there. So what I'm saying is Eddie out. I don't know who said it. Somebody said it. It might have been Braun. Listen, everything that Eddie does, it's his choice. You know what I mean? We all sit here and we all say, you know, this is what the boys should be doing. But at the end of the day, it has been individual errors. Tonali's been well off the pace today. You know, he's given so silly balls away. Ramsey looks totally lost in that midfield at the minute. And again, he's played on the right-hand side of the 4 when we've dropped into a 5. And like I said to you before, have they seriously looked at this game? And here's one for you two, right? If you're Eddie Howe, have you gone to the boys, keep it tight in the first half, draw them in, let them work them hard, and then when we can't see them making that many changes, in the 75th minute, we'll go at them because I've got players on the bench that can come on and really take it to them.
With that,
because that's the attitude. It's wrong attitude, mate.
Finally managed to get it up there random. I wish I could think of a single reason why the season should be any better than the first half. And Benjamin's in there now saying, history says our second half game will not turn us around.
That's the problem. We've never done it yet. Go on, mate.
With Eddie Howe, though, yeah, you know, we've given him time. We've given him this season. You know, it's beginning to get a bit of a just repeat yourself. And I don't want to be the negative fan. I'm not a negative fan. I love Newcastle United. And I think people sometimes think, some of the fans come on here wanting to lose. The last thing I ever want to do is for us to lose. I want us to win this game. I want us to come back and beat them the 4-1 and win, get his points on his predictor. That's exactly what I want in my heart.
That's exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah. But my head tells us that this season and what's happened this season, it's not going to happen. And you know, as I say, we'll not call the manager out during the game. We'll happily do that. But I mean, we could have fun over this week if we pick over Wynn's Christmas speech. You know, yesterday, if this is the result in the end, you know, was that right?
Well, like I say, the cards are all for him now, aren't they? You know, it's like I said, this is where we've got to talk about the in-game management, because when you look at some of the decisions that has been made by the individual players that have created the errors, if you like, again, it's pushing the balls into areas that are heavily dominated by red shirts. We've not really got them out of jail themselves, if you like. We've put them into jail because some of the balls they've been playing, we've not really got down around the corners by saying, you know, when you look at the opportunities, because they drop into this 4-4-2 scenario with then Casemiro dropping in between the front, their back two, making a 5. We've got no ideas. We've got no answers. So, like I say, when you go into that situation, you've got to start being a little bit more dominant with your midfield and pushing into the half space, play in front of them, play the ball, not up to Voltemade, but play between Ugarte and Mount, who's just literally bouncing between the two lines. So, at this present moment in time, it just seems far too easy. Anyway, we're all...
Voltemade like a chocolate fire god. Sometimes when he's up front by himself, he cannot hold the ball up.
Here we go. Manchester United. Looks like there's no subs anyway, so it's all the way back to Lehmans, who goes long again, and Hall flicks it out for a throw into Manchester United, deep in the Newcastle half on that right-hand side. So, again, Manchester United again playing in the Newcastle half, and see what happens. Heavens now plays the ball into Casemiro's feet. Again, just able to pick that ball up, plays it up to Sesko and Cunha.
There has been a substitution, by the way. Fletcher's on for Mount.
Oh, we've got young Fletcher on, which is Darren Fletcher's son. There you go. Thank you, mate, for that. And again, we can then...
Man, you've done everything right, and then you've cocked it up.
Yeah, the ball over the top again, looking for Murphy. He's picked the ball up inside to Bruno. Bruno hammers the ball up towards, and we've got a bit closer here with Ramsey. Ramsey gets a chance of a shot, but he's falling over all the time. A ball comes out to Hall. Hall plays the ball into Bruno. Bruno gets the ball, tries to get it up to Voltemade.
Have a shot, for God's sake, man.
By Martinez, and again the ball's gone out of play. Ramsey just couldn't get it out of his feet, could he? He seems though his studs were stuck into the turf.
Then Bruno had to go and all.
Here, look, he's falling all the time. He's trying to get hold of that ball. He's just
but he could have hit it with his left foot.
To be fair, the lad lost his footing.
Yeah, I don't know what he was trying to do there, if I'm honest. Not having the best game, Ramsey, I must admit. Throw into Manchester United then.
Tempted to say I don't know what he's been doing all season, but hey,
there's nobody having a good game today, but maybe it's Lewis Hall.
Shaw goes down the line.
Who's even been poor to win?
Brings it into Ramsey again.
Again, that's a hospital ball, man.
That's a terrible ball towards Chow, and Cunha gets the lucky deflection off Cunha for the throw into Newcastle, because it's again a hospital ball. Morley throws the ball into Tonali. Tonali gives it back to Morley, who goes square then to Shaw. Yeah, just in front of his own penalty area there, between two red shirts.
Just in front of Shesko.
Yeah. Ball from Ramsey back to Shaw, who goes on the diagonal looking for Morley. Morley gets it out of his feet again. Under pressure from Cunha. Gets around the side of again, go driving into the box. The referee's got to pull that back, surely, because there was a tug on his shirt.
Anyway.
Yeah, I was going to say. There was definitely a tug on Morley's shirt there from Cunha. No card, though.
Mind you, I tell you, one of the worries before the game, about the ref, he hasn't been, I shouldn't say this out loud, but he hasn't been too bad so far.
No. You know, I mean, to be fair, some of the decisions he's had to make, like I say, they've just been made, haven't they? Bruno's on the side there, looking as though he's getting some attention to something. Don't know what's going on. Ball's it back in play anyway. Murphy with the ball into the box. Headed cleared again by Manchester United under no pressure from a black and white shirt. And again, very easy for Sesko just to run that ball out. Oh, it wasn't, it was Ugarte. Plays the ball into a bit of a tight spot though for Martinez. And again, down the line towards Sesko. Lewis Hall picks that ball up. Murphy inside to Ramsey. Ramsey looking to get that ball out. He's back to Morley now. Morley down the line to Hall. Morley goes on the outside. Hall again just stops the play. And again, indecisive, but he manages to get it to Murphy. Murphy now into Chow. You're standing still, boys. Murphy now with the ball. Got a chance to get it into the box. It's deflected offshore. And it's out for another corner to Newcastle. We are so stagnant when it comes to passing the ball. I don't know what the hell's the problem.
Do you know what the thing is, Gary? We're playing well at getting the ball back. If you actually watch the game, we can get the ball back. We just can't do anything with it once we've got it.
I mean, to be fair, it looks like two really poor sides at the moment, doesn't it? You know, when it looks at ball retention. Hall now with his ball into the box. Ball comes in. Good delivery, but again, it's headed clear on the near post by Manchester United. Murphy heads the ball back towards the 18-yard box. Headed clear again by Casemiro. Again, Chow just dribbles the ball over the top to try and get Gordon in there. Gordon again drills it towards Martinez, and it's out for another corner. And again, they're celebrating every challenge as if it's a goal. Manchester United at the minute. Every tackle that goes their way is being celebrated. So, like I say, they all know that they're up against it here. And to keep it tight, it's like everybody's, appreciative of every little work that they're doing.
Miley taking the corner.
Yeah, well, Miley has been the one taking it from that right-hand side. Miley with this ball into the box. It's drilled in and it's headed clear. It's only come to the back stick. Oh, sure. Gets a deflection off Dorgu and it's just gone wide of the post. Lamons was going one way, deflects past him the other way, but it also beats the post from Fabian Schär's little shot there. Thought that was going to nestle into the net, and that's what we need just to get this going, isn't it? Hall again to the back post this time. Headed cleared again by Manchester United. The ball drops to a red shirt. He's being hassled by Schär, and it's out. Oh, Dorgu's down again. The mystery sniper has got him again in the head. Jeez, I'll tell you something now. Again, I didn't see anything with that one. I don't know whether you guys did. Let's have a look. See if anything happened to Dorgu again here. Ball comes to the back stick. Not a thing, unless he gets hit on the back of the head by Martinez. But look at did you see the shirt pull from Shaw there, look? Yeah, he's not even looking at the ball. He's looking directly into Voltemada there. Yeah, he's back up now. The mystery sniper. We saw looking to do this long throw.
He's having an okay game, mind you, isn't he?
Who's that, Dorgu?
Yeah.
Well, he's been player of the match at the minute, to be fair.
Yeah.
Lewis Hall throws the ball short down to Tonali. Tonali now looks up, plays the ball into the box towards that back stick, and again, always looking the back of why is he on the twist there, Shaw? Because he looks like he's got nowhere near that ball, if I'm honest with you, because he's on the half twist.
We've got the beating of these. We just need to.
Oh, you just need a goal, and it'll literally tear these apart. At the minute, they are literally working on the laurels. Short ball this time to Ramsey from Lewis Hall. Back to Murphy. Drills the ball into the box again, but it's nowhere near the back stick. And Shesko picks his ball up. Dorgu again takes it off him, and it's fallen to Tonali. Out to that Fabian Schär again. Plays it inside. Anthony Gordon plays the ball again, nowhere near Ramsey. And it's Manchester United who pick the ball up again. But again, give it straight back to Tonali. Tonali on the half-10. Dorgu's gone down again from that mystery sniper. What's going on here with Dorgu? He's got a face like a boxer, people say. Oh, Jesus. Honest to God, he goes down as though he's been hit by a boxer. Lamans now for Manchester United again. Onto his wrong foot, but he manages to clear his lines. And that's all the way back to Chow. Again, Sesko, who we were eyeing up for Newcastle, not really been involved for Manchester United tonight. In that front line, Shaw plays the ball out from the back. Chow now on the halfway line, driving forward. Miley outside of him. Interval to Marder's feet, out to Miley. Now Murphy just in front of Miley. Murphy looking again to try and bring that ball into the box. And again, Bruno's on the inside, but there's few people actually working the box. We need to get players in and around that box for Murphy to aim at. Ball's ricocheted back to Chow. Shaw. Hall now. Hall looks on the outside to Anthony Gordon, but then turns back inside. Ball's well in front of Chow. Luckily, there was no Manchester United break on there because it fell to Miley. Miley to Murphy. Murphy now runs inside. Back to Tonali. Tonali into Chow. All 5-yard passes going square, not forward. Ball now out to Anthony Gordon on that left-hand side. Gordon again. Dal out up for company. Comes onto his right foot. Drives the ball towards the back stick. But there's far too much height on that. And Lamans gets that ball comfortably.
Give Gordon his due there, though it was at least an attacking ball rather than just passing it across bloody 5 yards to each other.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he's tried to get it into a danger spot, but he's just put just a bit too much beef onto it, hasn't he? And it's like I say, it's flouted rather than anything else. All the way back to Ramsdale now, and it's again pressured from Fletcher there, the young lad. Tonali. Oh, it's Sesko. Sorry, I thought it was. Bit of tenacity from that young kid. I still haven't seen anything from that. Must be in there, just driving forward. Ball out to Miley. It's a good ball there. Newcastle seem to be a little bit more dominant in this second half, but again, Murphy just runs into a red shirt. Again, Manchester United can't get out of their half at the moment. Newcastle pinning them back. Tonali now picks that ball up again, running forward. Comes inside to Bruno, back to Shaw, into Tonali again not moved forward anywhere. Ramsey plays the ball out to Gordon. Gordon again coming backwards. Halfway line with Tonali. Shaw gives it to Chow on the halfway line on the opposite side. Plays the ball inside now to Murphy. Murphy. Again, there's a ball from Bruno to somebody in the crowd because Miley's not going down the line. It's criminal, mate. It really is criminal. It was the ball on. It's just to the wrong player because Miley's not going to reach them balls.
Do you know what? We're calling Murphy out in this game for losing the ball. We need to call him out Baltimore for not having the ball. How many touches or how many things can you remember him doing during this game? Absolutely nothing.
He's not really doing a great deal, is he? Eddie Howe is really puzzled at the minute because he's not getting the answers that he's obviously been dictating in the half-time. 57th minute is still Manchester United 1, Newcastle 0. Long ball down the field of play for Manchester United, headed forward by Malik Chow. Heavens now with the chance to bring it back to the keeper, but again on the half-turn. Looking for options forward. Dorgu now. Lewis Hall sees the opportunity to take the ball back off him. Ramsey on the half-turn, on the halfway line for Newcastle United, picks the ball up, gives it to Shaw. Shaw gives it into Tonali. Again, it's nice 5-yard passes, and it's to nobody again from Tonali. Straight back to Manchester United. Ball forward for Manchester United. Again, up to Sesko, who drives the ball back, and it's with Heavens now, who goes back to Le Mans. Again, it's all rush with no forward movement at the minute for Newcastle. Ball bounces to Murphy, who's halfway in his own half here. Ball up to Bruno. Bruno comes out of his feet, out to Miley. Miley picks the ball up and again goes square to Shaw.
Come on, Eddie. This game's crying out for changes. This game needs to do something different.
Needs something happening, doesn't it? It's just stop and start at the moment. Tonali goes out on that left-hand side with Lewis Hall and Anthony Gordon over the laps, and it comes all the way back to Shaw. Inside to Bruno. Bruno now sees Chow. Chow now just inside the Manchester half. Goes over the top looking for Miley, but again it's cleared by Manchester United. Back to Chow though, because again everybody's camped now deep in the Manchester United half. Walter comes deep to get that ball back and gives it back to Bruno. Bruno out to Murphy. Murphy gives it back to Chow. Chow again back to Bruno, who's still on the inside right position. Centre circle now to Shaw. Shaw gives it into Lewis Hall. Lewis Hall sees Gordon on the left-hand side. Man. Gordon now, again up against Dallow for man-to-man marking. Drives to the byline, gets the ball into the front post, but again it's behind Voltamada. And Manchester United are able to clear, but again, Shaw picks that ball up and gives it back to Chow. Chow gives a 5-yard pass to Tonali. Again, no urgency towards Newcastle at the minute to try and drive this forward quickly. Chow gives it back to Tonali, who again just sits in between the two and tries to organise some movement. Miley now. Murphy inside to Tonali. Tonali looks to get options.
Man.
We're not going any further. And Miley now brings the ball inside. Bruno Ramsey. Ramsey now to Shaw. Slowly catch the monkey, they say. Shaw now trying to drive that ball forward into the box. But again, it's off. Cleared by Manchester United. Now there's a chance for United to get that ball clear. Out to Dorgo on that right-hand side. Dorgo again just trying to run behind Lewis Hall, but Fabian Shaw sees the danger. Gets the ball all the way back to Ramsdale. Chow now. Oh, Bruno's lost the ball. Bruno! There's a chance here for Sesko. Was Sesko offside? It's off the bar. And it's out for a goal kick. I think the Riseman did put the flag up, but again, Bruno losing the ball centrally. It was so predictable that. Trying to do that turn and bring it back on the right-hand side. Gets the ball back, but again, luckily for us, Sesko, lazy bugger, just too late getting out of his out of the lines, and he's flagged offside anyway. But
he wasn't offside.
Shoots with his left foot. Yeah.
If VAR had looked at that, they would give the goal 100%. He was about 10 yards onside.
Xerxes on for Sesko now for them. Again, they've seen enough, and Yoro's coming on. Oof. What's going on now? Casemiro saying, you want me off?
He doesn't want to come off, does he?
No.
Nice to see a manager making changes.
Absolutely.
Do you know, I think he's seen that they're being overrun by us a little bit, so he's making the changes about that.
Yeah. He's just shutting up shop now, mate.
Yeah.
He's gone 5 at the back, hasn't he?
So why aren't we doing the opposite changes and going for it?
Well, I think it's like I said, it's typical Newcastle at the moment. Come on, let's move forward now. Xerxes on the field of play, and like I say, Yoro's on the field of play. Oh, it's a terrible ball, but it's deflected towards a Newcastle shirt. But again, it's headed back to Lehmann's. Not enough, if I'm honest with you, for me. It's all huff and puff with no end product. But like I say, they have literally gone to shut the door now on Newcastle, so there should be a hell of a lot more possession. Lewis Hall now driving into the half space. Lewis Hall with a shot off the ball from Lewis Hall. Comes out to Murphy. Murphy now plays the ball inside to Bruno, who's got 3 red shirts for company. Back out to Murphy. Murphy digs the ball to the back stick again. Manchester United to Hall on the edge of the box. Another shot that's charged down, and that's going to go out for a corner to Newcastle. Unlucky Lewis Hall, to be fair.
Wait.
Oof. Yeah, well done, Lewis Hall. Drops that shoulder, drives into the box because, like I say, there's nobody in the cover zone now for Manchester United because they've gone deep. And that's really opened up a little space for anybody who wants to exploit that inside left and right position because there's literally Ugarte now. Ball comes into the near post. It's flicked on by Man United. Again, Shaw with a shot forward, but he's asking for a free kick. Oh, I thought Chow was going to push that one in. Lewis Hall with a chance again. But again, it's been pushed out from the 18-yard box. And there's a couple of players been shot again on the edge of the box. Lewis Hall's one that's down, holding onto his leg, grimacing. Martinez is in the 18-yard box, grimacing. Who's the lad with a sniper rifle? That's what I want to know.
They might be looking for a penalty here, I think.
Well, Shaw literally put his hands up straight away and says handball. So let's have a look. From Martinez.
He's not going to get it for that.
Yeah, he's not going to get it for that, to be fair.
No.
Just come off his arm and his arms are
both
extended.
his arms are up in the air.
Yeah, his arms are extended, to be fair.
If the ball's on target.
But the arms extended.
Or is that rule changed? If the ball's on target?
And Gordon's yelling for it.
Unnatural position.
Fucking chest my arse.
Oh, you have a look at this.
This could be a penalty.
Yeah, his arms aren't in a natural position.
I said it. That's it there. That's the second touch I'm on about.
Yeah. That's what you get for going negative.
He pulls it back.
So it'll be interesting to see if he's, they've got the kahunas to do this, United. And when he's gone down holding Summit, saying that it's hit his face or something. Look, Martinez, he's looking up here, then rolling over again, looking up and asking the referee.
Did I just read that right?
No decision, no penalty. There you go.
No penalty.
No penalty.
If that had been in the other box, what do we think, lads?
Stone wall all the time. What they're going to say is it was too close for him.
But his arms weren't in a natural position.
So you're going to have a look?
No, he's just going to do a drop ball. This is what you get.
Well, I hope with this challenge for the ball.
There's no chance we were going to get that at Old Trafford. It was too close to him. And that's what they're saying. He hadn't got a chance to react to it. But, his arms were in an unnatural position, if you like. Pushing another player. Anyway, we're back on. Ramsey now picks the ball up on that left-hand side. Ramsey inside to Tonali. Tonali again, first touch out of his feet to Gordon. Gordon again got Yoro now, and he beats Yoro for pace. Comes into the box towards Voltamore. He gets the touch, plays the ball back, but it's to a red shirt. And again, it's played out for Manchester United now to try and counter. Dorgo down this left-hand side. Again, there's a foot race here with Shaw. Shaw manages to win that one and get the ball clear for a Manchester United throw-in. Oh, it's to Newcastle. It must have deflected off Dorgo.
Yeah.
So it's back in play with Newcastle. Shaw did well there, to be fair, Shaw. Ball down the line now. There's a chance here for Ramsey to get behind Manchester United if he can keep it in play. He keeps it in play. Down into that touchline, but Ugarte gets a foot on it, and it's a throw into Newcastle. Deep in the half, and here we go. The big guns are coming on. Wissa.
J7 and Barnes.
And Barnes. Ball into the box now. Again, to the place where there's no black and white shirts, all red shirts. Miley picks the ball up on the edge of the box. Gives it to Murphy. Murphy now, again, stood up by Dorgo. Tries to get the ball in. Deflects. And again, Dorgo with a touch like I wouldn't want to see. And it's out for a throw-in deep in the Manchester United half.
The only thing you see is Eddie not like for like.
Yeah, do something different for once.
Yeah.
Ball thrown in, Hurley from Miley into Bruno. Bruno picks the ball up. Again, got options. Tonali just behind him. Tonali gets out of his feet. Looks up to put it into the box. But again, aimed to nobody in particular. And it's come back out to a black and white shirt because Manchester United are camped deep in their own half. Again, going negative. It's just allowing Newcastle to play in front of them. Picking the ball up again. Chow to Tonali. Tonali out to Miley. Miley looks up, gives it outside to Murphy. Murphy now, again, trying to do something, comes back inside with a run. He's got options. Goes back onto the corner to Bruno on the edge of the box. Bruno again gets in each other's way to a degree. Miley picks it up, gives it back to Bruno. Bruno pushing towards that byline, gives it to Miley. Into Murphy's feet. Murphy looking dick. And to Gordon. Oh, nobody gambling the back stick. Andy Gordon plays a cross shot. And it goes wide of the post and out for a goal kick to Manchester United. Trying to walk the bloody thing in.
Oh, no, it didn't.
Nobody gambling on that back stick at all, is there?
So
Because Anthony Gordon's come inside. Voldemort just stood there, mate, like that, like a statue. Oh!
Jesus.
Who's coming off? That's the question. Visser has come on for Murphy. Barnes is on for Murphy, I should say. That's a good call. J7 and Visser for Voltamada. Well.
So leg for leg.
Yeah.
This was his big chance to go for it up front, and he hasn't done it.
Well, Harvey Barnes on that right-hand side could give us and create something different.
Yeah.
If that's the makeup. Who else has come on?
J7
for Ramsey.
Wissa and Barnes.
Was it Ramsey who went off, though?
Ramsey, Baltimore and Murphy went off.
Yeah, that's okay. Cheers. Yeah, I've got that now. Let's see if there's a little bit more drive now behind them. Shaw now with the ball for Manchester United, deep into, or halfway into the Newcastle half. He's created himself a couple of more yards there, Luke Shaw. Referee still allowing that to happen. Come on, ref, have a word now. Just have book him, thank you.
Oh, he did.
There you go. Because like I say, not only has he...
I thought Shaw was a lot older than he is. He's only 30.
Yeah, Luke Shaw, he's been around for ages, mate, to be fair.
He has, aye.
Thrown back to Martinez. All the way back to Heaven. Now again, pressed by Wisser, comes on the full 118, brings the ball forward, drives the ball up towards Kirksey. Kirksey gets the ball taken off him by Tonali after the press from Chow. Chow now. Oh, you can't wait for the ball, Anthony Gordon. You've got to get that.
Shocking ball.
Near that ball there. Cunha now down on that right hand side. Have a bit of Brazilian, says J7 on Cunha. And Anthony Taylor's smiling here going, what you doing, lad?
I think he's just saying it's J7, isn't he?
Yeah. Hall comes towards him, then J7 comes trundling, and he just gets like, yeah, you can't do that, boys. You can't do that. Back with Manchester United now. Martinez along that back line. Must be nice to be able to breathe again for Manchester United. Dorgu down this left-hand side. Again, creating more problems, Dorgu, for United. Back to Martinez. Dorgu looking for the give and go there with Fletcher. Good running there from Dorgu into the box now. It's missed, kicked. Luckily, It's fell to a black and white shirt though. And it's a long clearance upfield for Anthony Gordon. But again, he's working with two bodies on him. And again, it's given to United, the wrong United. All the way back to Lamans. Lamans now again looks up and takes no risk, goes to the halfway line towards Xerxes. Shaw picks the ball up and sees Miley. Again, plenty of time for Miley to get it out of his feet. Under no pressure from Manchester United. 70 minutes gone, it's still 1-0 to Manchester United.
We can still win this. If we play right here, we can still win this.
I agree.
Well, it certainly turned. But again, it's those little chances that we need the goal to go in now, isn't it? And the game will change massively because they are now just looking to hold on to what they've got. Miley picks the ball up and again.
Get the second.
Bruno being challenged by Fletcher. Ball taken quickly by Bruno to Tonali. Tonali outside to Miley. Miley back inside to Bruno. Tonali now picks the ball up. A little bit more urgency from Tonali now. Runs the ball and plays it out to Shaw. Shaw looks up and gives it out to Anthony Gordon on that left-hand side. Had a breather now up against Yoro. He's got the beating of Yoro. Gordon into the box. Headed clear by Evans. Xerxes trying to clear the ball, but it's given back to Newcastle with Lewis Hall. Lewis Hall goes square. Miley now picks the ball up. Looks to that back post and Wissa. Wissa heads it back towards J7. J7 gets it out of his feet. Shots blocked. And Man United clear again, but it's looking better. Shaw with the ball again, gives it off his chest to Lewis Hall. Lewis Hall gives it to Tonali. Tonali again looking for options, gives it to Miley on the right hand side. Miley picks the ball up and Harvey Barnes his first touch really. Barnes turns, plays a ball and again lucky deflection, gives the ball back to Barnes. But Barnes on the fall gives it to Martinez, who is again able to get it to Dorgu, but Tonali's tenacity.
Stupid foul, stupid.
Gets a free kick given against him. And it's a yellow card to Tonali. Not a lot in that, to be fair. It's coming together. You know, you talk about that penalty decision that wasn't given to us.
I was just going to say, but that was
what was the difference
the
there?
same challenge. Exactly.
And if it's a yellow card on the halfway line, surely it is in the box, isn't it?
Shows you the inconsistency, doesn't it?
It does. Martinez with the ball diagonal again, looking for the ball into the box. And how has that got to you? How has that got to a Manchester United player?
It hasn't gone in.
I mean, Dallow is just running behind and it's just gone and beat everybody. Where is the shout there? I mean, is he offside?
He's offside.
Is that what they're reliant on? He's able to chest that ball down and hammer it over the bar? Jesus Christ. What are you doing there? Shaw. Jesus. Bloody schoolboy. Tonali picks the ball up, gives it to Barnes. Barnes gives it to Chow. Chow, Miley. Back to Chow. Square balls now. Ball into
goal!
Bruno. Bruno driving towards the box. Gives it out to Anthony Gordon. Hall goes on the outside. Anthony Gordon gives it to Hall. Hall driving into the box. And again, it's a poor ball from Lewis Hall. He gives it straight to Lyman's hands. Should have been looking to the penalty spot there, to be fair. Great build-up play from Newcastle. And look at that, J7 just waiting for that ball to be played back to him on the penalty spot. Nothing given. Good win there by Chow. Header. Oh, Bruno. Don't put your foot on it. Get you through it. It's fallen to Wissa though. Wissa now with the ball on the outside to Anthony Gordon. Anthony Gordon again got the beating of Yoro. Beats Yoro. Plays the ball into the box. Wissa trying to get a bicycle kick. And again, it's half cleared by Manchester United. Tonali didn't want to foul there because he's already on a yellow. Big J7 gets his feet to it and there's a kick ball out to Luke Shaw now, who picks this ball up, and Manchester United have got options to the left-hand side. It's with Dorgu now on this left-hand side. Dorgu again just slowing it right down. Newcastle just waiting for Manchester United to do something with the ball, and it's all at walking pace. Cunha picks the ball up now, again goes backwards. What are you doing, boys? Come on. Where's the drive? Get this ball back. Dorgu just kicking it off Bruno, and it's out for a throw-in. Not many options for Newcastle, to be fair now, if they want to change anything. Thrown down towards Xerxes. Headed up in the air by Miley. Again to Chow. And Miley again trying to keep it in, but giving the ball back to Dorgu. Up the line to Shaw. Martinez now again. Just seeing the options to go backwards. Heavens picks the ball up, gives it to Yoro. Yoro with the ball out of his feet. Nearly attempts Gordon. But like all the way back to Lyman's. Lyman's on the one foot and again drives it along the floor, but it's come to Xerxes. Ugarte just drives the ball again at Bruno. Come on, you've got to gamble now, boys. Play one extra body up top. Ball's fallen to Malik Chow. Ball's up to Wissa. Wissa trying to give the ball back to Bruno, but again, not really to anybody in particular. Fallen again to Dorgu, but again, it's Martinez with the ball. Playing the ball up towards Xerxes. Chow sees the danger and just puts the ball in the air. Cunha, who's not really been involved in this game in the second half at all, facing Miley. Miley with the strength to keep him and the ball separate. Tonali plays the ball up, and it's a poor ball again from Tonali. Trying to play really simple balls, and it's just not going anywhere where they want the ball to go. It's like A little dink. Willock's coming on now. Who is this for?
Tonali.
Tonali. Yeah. He's had a poor game, Tonali, to be fair. Willock coming on the field of play. So who's going to drop in the 6? Bruno?
I don't think
Willock
it matters.
in the 8.
Sorry, I don't think we're playing any particular formation. Just all seems to be running towards the ball.
J7 picks the ball up to Hall. Now Bruno on that left-hand side. Bruno's got space to drive towards the box. He's into the box now, but again, it's closed down by the number of Man U shirts with Cunha, and it's out for another corner to Newcastle. 77 minutes gone. Man U 1, Newcastle 0. Lots difference in the second half. It's 37 to Manchester United. Newcastle 63 possession-wise, but again, possession's 9/10 of the law team. Not really looked at hitting that onion sack at all yet, have we?
The only stat that counts is the one in the left-hand corner.
Yeah. Ball into the box. Again, Martinez misses it! Oh, it's full to a red shirt in the 6-yard box, but again, the referee sees something that no bugger else does, and it's a free kick to Manchester United. Lehmann's flapped at that one. Anthony Gordon, just with a little bit of a press on the shoulder of Lehmann's, was saying that was a poor game to Tonali and Bruno. Yeah, absolutely, Chris. Proper, yeah, both of them.
Wow, both of them.
Proper poor. Ball goes long again from Lehmann's. Again, Chow sees the head up, but it's only come to Martinez, who again just whacks it clear into Ramsdale. Ramsdale again, just no red shirts now really in the Newcastle half. Everybody camped in their own half just to try and keep what they've still got. Ball inside now from Anthony Gordon to Bruno, out to Joe Litton again. Joe Litton's trying to get the ball in against Ugarte, and Ugarte's all over him here. Ball drops back into the box now from
poor ball again.
Bruno, and again it's to nobody in particular. There's Xerxes against 3 black and white shirts. I can't see Xerxes winning that one, and it's back with Shaw. Hall now again picks the ball up in halfway line. He's got a chance to give it to Joe Litton out on that left-hand side. Bruno now picks the ball up. He's got options, Bruno. Gives the ball for Anthony Gordon on the run. Anthony Gordon keeps hold of the ball. Play it back to J7. J7 with a shot.
Oh,
there's no power in it.
J7 with a pass back.
There's no power in that at all. But again, it was a little bit late on that decision from Anthony Gordon. It seems as if it took an absolute age. And then when there was an opportunity to shoot, it was right underneath his feet. And the opportunity had gone. Ball safety to Ramsdale from Lewis Hall. Out now to Miley on this right-hand side. Time is going by, ladies and gentlemen, and we are still asking the question. Bruno now, again, with options. Barnes on this right-hand side. Not really had much of the ball at the minute, Barnes. Again, we go left-hand side with Lewis Hall. Anthony Gordon on the outside. Anthony Gordon now picks that ball up. Lewis Hall again goes and runs into the diagonal. Ball's deflected off a Manchester United player. And again, there's no way out for United with Dalot again not able to pick that ball up. It's come back to Newcastle. Bruno now again. Space to run at them. Willock, little dink to the back stick, looking for Wissa. Wissa heads it back. It's come to Anthony Gordon. Anthony Gordon trying to get options.
Oh, man!
Crazy ball for Lewis Hall. What the hell are you doing, lad? Lewis Hall makes a run. Dalot's going to go that way anyway. Coming on your right-hand side and have a go at the far post, for Christ's sake. Jesus. Listen, what are you moaning at? What are you moaning at? Is it because players are going down all the time now? In a red shirt? Just trying to force the time. Poor ball out, but again, J7 with the ball out to Anthony Gordon's not good enough, and Manchester United picked that ball up. Ball given into the midfield, and again, the second ball has fallen to Manchester United with Cunha in the middle now. We've got Dorgu. Cunha has a shot, but like Cunha's game all game, it's been a poor effort, and it's well wide of the goal. He is awful, mate. He is absolutely shocking when he's not having a game. Great player, but he's just got to have the game where everything's going his way. And like I said, he's had no game today. And that effort was awful. Lewis Hall again, not going forward, decides to keep the ball and come inside to Shaw. Shaw does the same. Gives it to Chow now on this right-hand side. Bruno asks for the ball. Gets the ball on the inside right position. Down the line to Barnes. Barnes back to Marley. Now given to Bruno. Bruno's got Willock on the right-hand side. Willock drives the ball into the box, but again, too close to Lehmann's, and it's easy for him to claim out the air. Again, Lehmann's just doing simple things. It was good movement from Newcastle, but probably the wrong option in the end, because that wouldn't have really got to anybody if it had beaten Lehmann's, because there was too much juice on it. Needed to be hard and along the floor, didn't it? Lewis Hall picks the ball up into Bruno's feet. Now to J7, back to Bruno. Playing in that inside left position. Again deflected ball back from Newcastle into United. Gasp, and again, Wisser not really able to pick any pieces up. Back with Lehmann's, who kicks the ball forward. It's only come to Chow, who manages to get it out to Hall. Into Shaw now as the deepest player, just inside the Newcastle off. Up to Bruno again. Bruno picks that ball up again, asking questions of Manchester United. Out to Anthony Gordon on that left-hand side. Hall's just inside him. Lewis Hall now, back to Anthony Gordon. J7's there if he needs to play the ball short. Gets the ball short now. J7 goes backwards. Shaw picks the ball up now. Bruno, all close together. Bruno with a diagonal cross. It's Dorgo who heads the ball clear. It's come out to Willock. Willock now to Miley. Miley on the edge of the box, gives it to Harvey Barnes. Out of his feet. Barnes drives it across. It's deflected to Willock. Willock now gets it to the back stick. It's over J7. Can Lewis Hall keep it in play? No, he can't. He can throw into Manchester United. Jesus. I do not know what to say, if I'm honest with you. It is so poor. Trying to get something at the end of it. They've just literally thrown so many bodies in the box, and we still haven't got a clue of what to do. There's a song there somewhere.
Lads, I know he hasn't got a choice here. I know he can't do this, but why not chuck a youngster on up front and put...
You got to get Sean Neve on. Throw another forward on.
Stick another forward on and just go for it.
Yeah,
What's
that's
he
what I'm
doing on the
saying.
bench? What is he doing on the bench?
What's the point of this?
He's complaining to the fourth referee. He's having a good little whinge to himself. Get another. Exactly.
We've got all the bodies out the box and nobody to aim at in the box when they're trying to cross. Miley picks the ball up as a chance here. If they go, what are you doing,
steak, man?
Anthony Gordon from 18 yards puts the ball over the bar. The first real opportunity where we've created a bit of space to work with. Nice little ball into Bruno. Then it's out to Anthony Gordon on the penalty spot from Harvey Barnes. And again, he's got the sandwich out and he lifts the ball over the bar. Well over the bar. And I bet you if you ask him, he's still a number 9 in his eyes.
Oh, come
crap
on.
header that is from Willock. Heads the ball directly out of play for a throw into Manchester United from that long clearance. The clock is steadily clicking down towards 90 minutes now. Ball over the top to Xerxes from the short throw in. Well done, Malik Chow. Wins that ball back from Xerxes. Gives the ball back to Shaw, who's just in his box again. No real press. There's space behind if we get quick. Ball inside to Willock now on the halfway line. Willock now has got a lot of grass to run into. Give it to Barnes. Barnes on the right-hand side. Barnes drives the ball into the box. It's headed clear by Martinez. Just to the edge of the box though. And again, Fletcher is just trying to put that to Durgu's pass. And it's out for another Newcastle throw-in. Martinez is driving everybody and just keeping them going. He's keeping a real tight line there, Martinez. Playing in that 3. Really narrow 3. It's out to Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes comes on inside. Back to Bruno. 30 yards out now to Lewis Hall Square. Back to Anthony Gordon. Anthony Gordon again comes back to Shaw. Just trying to draw the Manchester United players out, but they're all
get it in the box,
sticking into that game. And the plan is to literally work the penalty area. It's come to Miley. Miley dinks the ball in. It's come off Dorgu's head. And he's gone down again, Dorgu, believe it or not. And the referee will stop it because it's going to be a head injury. Oh, my God. And they're all coming saying, stay down. Look at them. Stay down. Stay down. Let the physio come on. That's exactly what they're doing. He's just come over to Martinez, the referee, and said, what are you saying to him?
To be fair, he did take a full one in the face.
Yeah, but I'll tell you something now. If that was a header towards goal, he wouldn't have done that. And it would have been at the same pace. Some
Eddie,
more youngsters coming on now.
Come on, Eddie, do something here. Make a change. Do something just to change this game.
I haven't got a clue who these are. Is that
No,
Ericsson? That's Fredrickson's coming on. Or Martinez is coming off. Anyway, that's for certain. So it's guaranteed this young lad's going to be a defender of some description. No idea who he is.
Do you know what the worst thing is? I can probably say this is the worst Man United team I've ever seen.
Yeah. Fredrickson is off as well. Is that for sure? Yeah, Shaw's off. And Fredrickson's going to come on for him, I think. No. That's not Fredrickson. I don't know who this young lad is.
But Fredrickson's coming on.
Malassia's.
For Martinez.
Yeah, that's Malassia. That's okay. It's got a different haircut to what I remember. Yeah, Martinez is coming off for Fredrickson. Because I've seen Fredrickson on the side there. Another youngster. See, like I said, these are throwing them on. Why can't we? Sticking to the old guns again. You know what I mean? Go and take one of the defenders off. You don't need them now. Everybody's defending. Take Louis Saul off and throw an extra striker on. Go 3 at the back. Louis Saul now plays the ball out to Anthony Gordon, who plays the ball into the box
first time ball.
And there's a header from Fabian Schär, looped over the bar. And it's a goal kick to Manchester United. There you go. What happened to our saviour? Wissa win, says Chris, the American mag. Thanks for the £2. Well, the $2, my friend. I hope you're enjoying your T-bone steak. It's better than the game.
I think we maybe need to change the W and Wissa to a P.
Ball headed forward, but again, it's to no black and white shirt, and Manchester United clear the lines. And again, it's down to Louis Hall, who's again had Xerxes for company, given straight back to Manchester United. But again, Manchester United can't really keep hold of the ball. Ball is cleared again by Heaven, and then it's headed by J7 towards Willock. Willock gives the ball to Miley, back to Bruno. Willock carries on his run. Barnes now, back to Miley. Miley picks the ball up around about 35 yards from goal. And again, Manchester United just put 2 banks of 5 in front of them, really. And Newcastle just haven't got a clue what to do. Willock, back to Miley. Miley now. Again, we just count 5-yard passes. It's not going into the box at all to cause any problems.
Shot, man.
Come on, get some bodies in that box. Gordon now on that left-hand side. Gordon plays the ball into Louis Hall. Louis Hall gets the ball into the box. It's come to Miley. Miley with a shot. Oh, with his left foot. And it's high and wide of that right-hand post. 7 minutes of injury time we've just gone into. Why on earth? You're not... it was a snatch shot on his left side, to be fair, from Miley. Nowhere near the goal. And again, we've got a forward on the bench. Give him a chance. Get a defender off. You don't need 4 defenders on the field now. Come on, you've got 7 minutes to turn this game round. Long ball towards the halfway line. Again, everybody camped on the halfway line. Ball over the top. Aimed to nobody in particular, but it's hoofed cleared again by Manchester United. Header forward by Yoro. Miley underneath this one again, but it's only headed back towards Fredrickson, who heads it clear again. Back with Shaw on the halfway line to Chow. All of the bodies now camped deep into the Manchester half. Miley's free if he wants to give him the ball. Now it's Miley. Miley's got options inside. Gives it to Bruno. Bruno looks up. Gives it into J7. And J7 passes the ball back with his head to the keeper. Layman's now picks that ball up, and again, he's going to waste all the time. He's going long. And again, look how many red shirts he's aiming at here. 1. Hall now picks that ball up again under half a press from Cunha. Cunha leaves something on
Look,
Louis
and
Hall
even
there.
that's a shocking ball.
You made
Look
a
at
point
that.
there, though, Gary. You made a point there, though, Gary. He played it to nobody because they've got nobody up front. So why we still got 4 defenders on the pitch when we're looking for a goal?
Cunha was nasty there on Louis Hall, I'll tell you. That was well. Now, watch this. Foot in the air, down the instep.
They should
And
rewatch that.
elbow in the head as well.
Not even looking at it. You know, look, Cunha's making a bit more of a scene of it now. Not even looking at it, guys. That's what I said. Ramsdale with a free kick. We are dog. Bruno picks the ball up again. Everybody's gone forward now for Newcastle.
What?
And he's gone square. Hall on that left-hand side. Plays it into
Oh,
Anthony Gordon.
Jesus
And Anthony
Christ.
Gordon nearly loses the ball then to Manchester United, who's got everybody camped into the Manchester United box now. Louis Hall brings the ball inside. Again, not knowing where to go. Gives it back to Bruno. Bruno goes square to Miley. Miley again, no options because everybody's just narrow. Bruno, again, going to give it back to Miley. Miley goes inside to Louis Hall. Louis Hall's going to give Willock. Again, nowhere near. Get it into the box, for God's sake. Ball out to Bruno.
No.
Bruno, get it into the... Now it goes into the box. That's going to be Lyman's, who claims the ball through a valley of players. And it's going to be another break for a head injury. Stay down. Everybody's telling him to stay down. Oh, why does it take so long to get a ball into the box, for God's sake? I know, if you
Look at this.
seriously given a ball straight back to Manchester United, there was four bloody black and white shirts there. Willock again heads the ball forward, but it's gone to a United
Straight
shirt.
to fucking red shirt.
And again, look at that. Turns his back on it. Willock gets the ball out, luckily, to Louis Hall, though. Having a rap on the shin for his doing. 94th minute, team. Anthony Gordon now on this left-hand side gives it 2 yards to Bruno. Why? I have no idea. Into the feet of Joe Linton. Joe Linton out to Hall. Gordon now with a long ball to the back stick, but again, it's far too easy. But Layman's has missed that one. But again, luckily it's gone through the legs of Miley, and Layman's has fell onto the ball. You talk about controlling a game, guys, yeah? We don't look anywhere near this when we try and do this.
I think the swearing words could go out the picture on the aftermatch of this, because I'm not sure how you discuss this game without swearing.
Like I said, Happy New Year, everybody.
Yeah. Merry
Malik
Christmas.
Chow out to Miley. Miley again down the line to Barnes, but it
Hospital
wasn't
ball.
a great ball. Yeah, Miley again picks a short ball up from Bruno. Bruno again being jockeyed by Xerxes. Plays the ball out to Hall. Hall now gives it to Anthony Gordon. Gordon now with Dallow for company. Comes onto his right foot, then back onto his left. Running towards the byline. He gets the ball over the back stick. But again, it's too narrow and it's straight out for a
Eddie,
goal kick.
Come on, you've got 2 minutes left. Just chuck everything you've got on the bench on, attacking wise. Just go for it. Do something.
This is absolutely shocking. Like I said, we just never know what Newcastle's going to turn up, do we? And it's a Sunderland
Do
Newcastle.
something instead of stand there moaning. Do something. Chuck a striker on. You've got a striker on the bench.
He's got no idea, man. He's not going to
That'll
gamble
just
now.
waste time.
He's a waste of time.
Lug ball has gone over the head of all the red shirts. Again, 96th minute of... So we're in literally the last 90 seconds of the game. Malik Chow driving forward. Miley on the right-hand side. Barnes in front of him. He goes diagonal now looking for Anthony Gordon. Anthony Gordon heads it on to J7. Back to Anthony Gordon. Anthony Gordon tries to get Louis Hall
What
in.
you doing, man?
And again, not expecting the ball, I don't think. from Anthony Gordon, and now it's Durgu down this left-hand side. Just puts the ball back, and it's long from Manchester United. It's all the way to Ramsdale. Again, they're not really looking at anything, Malacia. They're just trying to clear the lines up towards Xerxes. Diagonal ball again towards the penalty area, but to no in particular player. And it's easy for Manchester United again to clear that ball. Cunha just taking a little bit out of it. Willican and the gaffer tackling each other there. Ball's thrown back in. Bruno brings the ball into J7, who's central. J7 again. Come on, lads. Urgency. Hall gives it outside now. Harvey Barnes has gone on that left-hand side. Harvey Barnes dinks the ball into the box, but it's only to the edge of the box, and it's headed easily out again for a Newcastle throw. Throws quickly into Hall. Hall again, not willing to go forward, goes square to Miley. Miley now picks the ball up, gives it inside to Bruno. Bruno out to Lewis Hall again, who long diagonal ball to the edge of the box. Headed cleared again by Manchester United, and now there's an option for Cunha just to run this ball. That's going to be a Newcastle throw-in again. And the referee has given that, and that's it. It's all over. What can I say?
I can see
what
disgusting.
can I say?
Absolutely disgusting.
Lost for words, mate. Absolutely lost for words is my answer to that. If we're going to, Colton, if we're going to be massive in 30-30, things need to change. Right, and guys, we will be putting once we get into it, by the way, we will put the chat in. We're not going to say too much in this because, again, there is no point. We're going to go straight into the post-match analysis, and that's what you get for 5 games of prep, if I'm honest with you. If that was an excuse that was used before, there's no excuses anymore. So come and join us on the aftermath of what we've just witnessed, and we'll see you in a minute. So there you go. First one, Geordie Dan, how out? So there's the first one. I think there's going to be more to come. Thanks to everybody that's thrown some money towards us and the super chats. Mag, the American Mag's done. Geordie Dan, random access for yours. Ben, thank you so much. Wazza, LTEW9UW, Malcolm Peacock has become a member because of random. Thank you ever so much. Michael McIntyre, still bad. So thank you all for your kind donations. But we'll see you in a minute on the analysis. Thanks for your watching.